Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Ichigo's allies' progress. Protecting the kingdom. Hueco Mundo. It was a quiet day in the endless deserts of Hueco Mundo, naught but sand and night as far as the eye can see except for one place. A single shining light, brightest light in all of Hueco Mundo, the Torre Estrella, standing above the palace of Las Noches and signaling all other cognizant hollows to join the kingdom of Arrancar. A peace that was rarely broken by hungry ajuchas that escaped the forest of Minos and aimed to evolve to the next stage, some hoping to be recognized by the court of knights that protect the palace and the steward that governs in the absence of the king. All to end their own fear of being lost in the mindless drone of the Jillian or execution by the hands of the 16th squad of Soul Society. For many it was a simple choice, but there have been some rogue and stubborn elements that seek to conquer the kingdom for themselves. That quiet peace ended that day with powerful shockwaves of force, blasts, and roars of anger. Die! Grimmjow roared, clad black in his segunda etapa, attacking another Arrancar. He dashed at his opponent, slashing with his claws and tearing through air and sand as the Arrancar dodged. The Arrancar had silver-toned skin, chin-length turquoise hair, yellow eyes, with his hole below his collarbone and hollow mask fragment on his right cheek, just under his eye and wrapped around his head, and green wings of energy shooting from his back. Grimmjow glared at him with fury, but he just held that cocky smirk as he dodged Grimmjow's claws. "You'll pay for what you did to Stark." Descaron. The panther promised as energy blades from his claws appeared while he continued to slash at his opponent. Hollows, Arrancar, all serving a Soul Reaper. How pathetic. The man taunted as he continued to dodge Grimmjow. It was a normal day in Hueco Mundo, then he tried to invade and conquer Las Noches. Coyote Stark was napping along the outer wall but still kept his pesquisa up in case something happened, but just when he did sense something, he felt something strike him in the gut and send him through the roof of the palace. Rudborn's Exquia's squad of endless soldiers were little more than grains of sand against the attacker's storm, and Runaganga wasn't permitted in the castle for safety reasons. It didn't take long for the others to storm in and retaliate, forcing him to retreat but not without issuing a threat that Las Noches would be his. Stark was still unconscious and badly injured. Grimmjow had charged after him, and while Jin and Ulquiorra tried to figure out who the Arrancar was, the others were on high alert for anything else attacking the palace. "Where's your pride as a hollow?" "In serving my king, the strongest of us all." The panther growled at his opponent, blasting a Ciro at him that failed to hit as the Arrancar dodged and laughed the whole while. "If you want Ichigo's throne, you'll have to go through me first." He attempted another slash at the invader, who generated a blade of energy from his hand. The two were locked in their struggle, Grimmjow struggling while his opponent showed almost no effort on his part. "Is that Soul Reaper really so impressive?" the Silver Arrancar asked, refusing to believe that any Shinigami could be stronger than he. "He didn't feel that strong when I attacked." "And if he is as powerful as you claim, then why send a lackey here to fight his battles?" He continued to taunt, making Grimmjow grow more furious with the arrogant Arrancar, before he was suddenly blasted by a bala shot from Ulquiorra's hand. His Majesty, Ichigo Kurosaki, is currently away from Hueco Mundo undergoing a different sort of training. The most loyal knight announced while the Arrancar refocused, looking no worse for wear. "If our king was here, then you'd already either be at his feet or in his teeth." Ulquiorra himself was in his segunda etapa state, wanting to waste no time in fighting and ending this threat to his family in the Hollow Kingdom. "Your ambition dies here, Arturo Plateau. If you wanted to know me, you could have asked," Plateau said, glaring at the upstart nuisance that dared to stand against him. It didn't make any sense to the Arrancar. Hollows and Soul Reapers were enemies, and yet this force of Arrancar bowed to this Ichigo. No existence was stronger than he is, and he'll prove it, by killing all the Arrancar that stand against him and then killing whoever that Ichigo Kurosaki fellow is. "Hearing you talk just pisses me off." Grimmjow returned, going to Ulquiorra's side. "I'd prefer you never talk, but if I had to listen to you, I'd like to hear you choke on your own blood while my claws tear into your throat." He turned his attention to his partner. So we got a name, do we have a history? We almost didn't, only Yamamoto and Unohana remembered him. The bat answered. Arturo Pleiadieu, a 1,000-year-old Arrancar, naturally made one at that was also sealed away in Seoul society by the Godai after destroying half of their military, freed after the destruction of the Sokayaku. Seems like he now decided to attempt to finish what he started and destroy all of the Shinigami. So was he before or after the Quincy War? Grimjow had to ask because either way would tell him which was the more dangerous foe, the Arrancar before them or the Quincy Emperor. After Yawatch, but the Godai had some time to recover. Okiura answered, while Arturo seemed somewhat confused by the conversation. Still, even taxed by their previous battle and launching a surprise attack on an unsuspecting force, he survived the original Godai and had to be sealed away. The worst news, his power is similar to Ichigo's in that he absorbs the erasure of anyone he kills. I do not know who this Yawatch or Ichigo is, but it makes no difference to me. Arturo spoke up, getting the pair's attention while Okiura circled around the rogue. I will kill all who stand against me and use their power to strengthen my own. That's all your precious Soul Reaper King will be in the end. He promised while a lance appeared in Okiura's hand. Then there's no point in this conversation. Grimjow said, flexing his claws, growling, and charging his Ryatsu while Okiura charged his Lanza del Relampago with screeching lighting. Arturo grinned, ready for the next bout, until a blade stabbed itself into his chest. Jin soon appeared with his fox mask on and reached for Arturo's chest. The silver Arrancar, however, knocked Jin's hand aside and attempted to stab through the Shinigamis. Chest himself. Okiura wrapped his tail around Arturo's neck while Grimjow slashed into his gut with his Descaron, the bat now throwing the injured Arrancar with all of his might as far as he could. Gran Rey Zero. The panther roared, firing a blast that shaped itself into a panther's head. Lanza del Relampago. Okiura joined, throwing him spear with another and another in quick succession. The sky was set on fire with the fury of the attack before Okiura and Grimjow finally stopped their assault. This likely didn't work. He did survive the original Godai. Okiura thought, trying to focus on where Arturo may appear next. The unfortunate answer came when Okiura was stabbed by a blade of energy from behind, Arturo looking none the worse for wear aside from a torn and burned outfit. I'm impressed. That actually stung. He hissed, tearing out the beam blade from Okiura's chest, punching Jin aside, and blasting Grimjow with a Zero of his own. You could have made great underlings, but this would have been your fate either way. Serving to make me stronger. Grimjow was unconscious from the attack, Jin was dazed and stumbling about, and Okiura felt his strength leave him. But in the end, like all things before me, you are nothing. Your Shinigami King will be nothing, and I will use him to fuel my continuously growing power. Die now and add to my strength, nameless traitor. Arturo conjured another blade and held it to Okiura's throat. Ichigo. Is this how I'll die? Failing you again. The bat thought, it was all he could think about. He thought back to when he swore his entirety to the hybrid after their rematch and Ichigo refused to kill him, to when he protected and watched over the child that would become a king, to the king in action promising a new future for those under his command, to his order of keeping the peace. Now he was about to die and fail his master. Fail his king. Who are you? He heard a voice call out, one that was utterly unrecognizable. Why do you fight? Do you seek power? Why? It just asked as time seemed to slow down. I want to keep my promise to my king. Okiura answered. I promised to serve him, he ordered that Las Noches and its people would be safe and I want to ensure that. Would you give him your life? If necessary, even if he'd be furious with me. Then try not to die. It finished before Okiura exploded with power. Arturo was blasted back as Okiura erupted into a pillar of green and black energy. What the hell? What is this? The Arrancar demanded as the energy slowly died down. I am Okuiora Cipher, loyal knight to the King of Hollows, Ichigo Kurosaki. I swore that I would serve him loyally and I will not let his kingdom fall when he is away. Arturo played adieu, know your end. The bat promised as the energy dissipated, revealing Okuiora in a new form. His hair grew longer and turned white, his horns were replaced with burning rapier of green and black, gained another set of wings and his fur turned to black robes, and the end of his tail burned with his rapier as well. Humph, change all you want, it makes no difference in the end. No one may exist who are stronger than me. Arturo declared as his wings changed color to red and his ryatsu grew more intense. Okuiora stood unaffected by the Arrancar's increase in power, he merely raised his hand at Arturo. Tormenta de Murcielago. The bat said, enveloping Arturo in a vortex pillar of wind so fast that the fine grain of the sands of Hueco Mundo tore at Arturo's flesh. When Okuiora finally ended it, Arturo was a shredded but still healing mess. The silver Arrancar glared and growled at the bat, only to feel a hand on him and Jin finally say one phrase. Koros, Kamishini no Yari. Arturo was helpless as his body disintegrated from Jin's poisonous bankai. So. What is that? He asked Okuiora, as they both examined the new form. Time skip, that night. That voice was the Hogyoku and it empowered Okuiora. Kisuke explained at the captain's meeting after collecting all the data. From what we gather, though the Hogyoku is sealed and sleeping, it can still reach out to those it feels a connection to. Okuiora wanted to help Ichigo. The Hogyoku wants to help Ichigo since it's linked to his soul, it must have felt a connection to Okuiora and gave him the power-up as a result of Okuiora's own desires. So can anyone access this potential? Jin asked, speaking for the court of Arrancar knights in attendance. Or do they have to pass some kind of test? Like I said, it's up to the Hogyoku. Urahara repeated. We don't even have a clear idea on why it chose to strengthen Okuiora other than, wanted to help Ichigo. This new development must be understood. Yamamoto declared, coming to a decision on the matter. If the Hogyoku is indeed able to reach out beyond its seal then we must study it. Since it has some measure of sentience that seems to grow more with time, then we'll have to ensure that it does not turn against us. Without the one it is linked to, I demand the utmost caution be taken while studying this phenomenon. Dismissed. Tatsuki's new teacher. Somewhere in China. The fiery martial artist was making her way through China, slaying hollows, doing various odd jobs to sustain herself, picking up various martial arts techniques to add to her skill set, and like her friends, hunting for any traces of the Vandenrake. She was unable to contact the others, but she felt a strange sixth sense that reminded her that they were doing all right. She spent a few months in China trying to absorb all she could before moving on through the West, doing all she could in her quest. She eventually came to an old abandoned temple where she took the chance to focus on the spirit aspect of her abilities. Shunko. She shouted, wearing the outfit she had on for the Hueco Mundo assault. The power surged through her arms and back as she trained to maintain the state, only for her control to break and release it. DMN, still too rough. She groaned, feeling her shoulder. That's quite a feat though, kid. She heard a weathered and mischievous voice from behind her say. She whipped around, got into her combat stance, and found the source of the voice. A short old man with gold hair that resembled a monkey in a monk's cassock with a staff in one hand and a pipe in the other, cyber shades, a large prayer bead necklace, and a simple headband. Not a lot of humans can HRNSS that kind of power and appear out of nowhere. So, I'll ask some simple questions. Who are you? And which side are you on? And do me a favor, tell the truth. He said before releasing a powerful aura and remaining cloaked in it. Okay, no way can I take this guy on. The teen quickly realized, feeling the power of the old man. Can I escape? Probably not. I didn't even sense his approach. Maybe I should play along for now. My name is Tatsuki Arisawa, and I side with the Soul Reapers. She said, dropping her stance and banking on the chance that this man was not a Quincy. The old man sucked on his pipe and blew out a cloud of smoke. Shinigami usually stay in Japan, he said, keeping his focus on the martial artist. What would bring one of their number all the way here? Also, I thought you had to be a soul first before becoming a soul reaper. They've lightened up on some restrictions, now you need sufficient racial and demonstrated ability to use it. She returned, now knowing she was talking to someone that knew about soul reapers and soul society. Especially with the coming Quincy War. Now there's a name I haven't heard in a long time, though I thought that the Shinigami wiped them out. It turns out that they hid themselves away, gathering knowledge and strength to restart the war they lost long ago, for the past 1,000 years. The old man took another puff of his pipe, blowing out another cloud of smoke. Does that mean Yawatch still lives? He said with audible disgust, giving Tatsuki more confidence that the man wasn't an enemy. Yes. Some of my friends are traveling the world looking for anything and everything Quincy related and to bolster our side for the fight to come. There was a silence as the old man thought. How long do you have? Tatsuki shrugged. Less than 2 years. The monkey man smiled and tapped his staff against the ground. That should be plenty of time to teach you how to HRNSS Tuki. He said happily, surprising Tatsuki. What? There are other powerful forces in the world, we've just been staying out of each other's business for the most part. Personally, I hate people like Yawatch and would rather see them crushed like the BSTRDS they are. The martial artist weighed her options, the man was certainly powerful and the Vandenrake put the whole of Soul Society on alert. It didn't surprise her that Yawatch would have enemies beyond Soul Society, given what she's heard about him, and if she could learn this Tuki, she could be bringing back a great boon to all Shinigami. Okay, I'll be your student. What should I call you, old man? She asked, gaining another smirk from him. Just call me son for now. The now named son answered. If you survive, I'll tell you the rest. Battle in France. With Chad and Jackie. It was quiet in the month since they left Japan, doing their part in the search for Quincy-related matters. When they set foot in France, they agreed to split up and contact each other in the event they came across anything of relevance. Riruka immediately went out to browse for cute things. Jericho said something about preparations before disappearing, leaving Jackie and Chad alone to do their search. However, without any leads and no real plan, they just toured around the country. Seeing the sights, talking about the experience, always keeping an eye and ear out for what they were looking for but not coming across anything noteworthy. It was like they were on dates instead of doing their mission, not that either could complain since they were enjoying the experience anyway. That all changed one night. Another day come and gone, and still with nothing to show for it. Jackie sighed out, bored from the inaction, while holding on to Chad's arm as they walked along. Still holding up all right, big guy? She asked her teammate and partner. It had been a few months since Chad utilized the new technique of the Foolbringers and did a severe amount of damage to his own soul. I'm doing fine, Jackie. Yasutora answered, clenching his hand and flexing his arm to prove he was okay. You don't need to hold on to me and help me walk around all the time. He sounded sincere, gentle, like he didn't want to burden anyone with his supposed problems. I don't. She admitted. But I like doing it. She thought to herself as they ended up by a shipping dock, where they both stopped and looked into the dock area. Guess today might actually yield results. She said, just before jumping the fence with her partner in tow. The man inside had long, silky, purple hair, blunt yet pointy teeth, and looked absolutely ready to tear the two apart. So, who the hell are you? She asked the dark-armored man, who held a savage grin as he grabbed onto a lamppost. Lancelot. Sternritter W. I kill. For king. The man growled as the lamppost turned black with red tears along the body, charging at the pair when it finished its odd transformation. Chad pushed Jackie behind him and brought out both shield arms and took the brunt of the attack, grunting under the effort as the blow pushed him and cratered the earth. But Lancelot was only getting started as he maneuvered the lamppost around to hit him with a home run swing, sending Chad through a building or three. Jackie shrouded herself in her clean boots shield and danced around the Sternritter's attempts to attack her, each one slipping away from her harmlessly while she pulled out a syringe filled with hollow rature. Another experiment of Mayuri's in regards to seeing just how toxic it would be if injected directly, hoping for good results that would lead to a more efficient weapon against the Vandenrake. Just need to get it in, she thought as she got within striking distance and disabled her shield. Before she could stab his neck with the needle, a black helm with a ponytail covered his head. The needle snapped against the spirit metal and the Berserker Knight threw a back fist at Jackie, sending her flying. Before Lance could do much else, Sato reappeared with his left arm in attack mode and he began attacking the Sternritter. The Devil's arm was blocked, with the shockwave still pulsing through and hitting the Quincy, but was less effective than Chad had hoped. He pressed the attack with a fully charged El Directo, blasting into Lance and sending him flying with the wave of rature. The knight righted himself, throwing the two broken halves of the lamppost at Chad with Jackie coming to the rescue with her clean bubble shield. Try to get in contact with Jericho, I'll hold him off. The giant said, using the speed boost of the Fullbring to shoot himself at the knight, circling to the right at the last second. To catch the Quincy off guard. The Fullbringer managed to strike true, creating a painful screech as the metal warped and caved around his hand with the skull shockwave pulsing through the knight and sending him flying into a building. Before Chad could prepare himself for the next bout, he felt a warm wetness at his side that was followed by intense pain. He looked down to see he was cut, leaving a deep gash in his side, from something. Looking back to Lancelot would reveal a spear in his armored hands that was pulsing with the twisted powers that affected the lamppost. Weapon Master. The Quincy said before throwing the spear at Chad, followed by several others. The Fullbringer brought out both of his shields and dodged or blocked every spear he could, still getting slashed by the occasional spear and getting more sluggish as a result while the spears tore apart the area around and behind Chad. Apparently displeased with his lack of progress, Lancelot stopped throwing spears and flashed in front of Yasutora with a bearded axe in hand. Chad threw his arms up to defend himself, wincing as the blade bit into his flesh past his shields, and wrestled with the Mad Knight. As the blade of the axe slowly sank into his arms, Jackie appeared and kicked Lancelot in the side of his neck. Thanks to being completely covered in filth from her Fullbring, the attack managed to do enough to send the Quincy tumbling away. I found Jericho and he said he finished a new contract. She informed her partner. 30 seconds and time will reset in a small area, 10-meter radius at most, and it can only work on what's not dead. Lancelot rose back up to his feet, wings of pulsing angry swords sprouting from his back, and glared at Jackie. Think you can risk it? Chad knew what she was asking, and it certainly was a gamble. If it worked then they had a pretty useful ability and he could be less concerned about the strain of his power, but Jericho would almost certainly have some nasty side effects of his own to deal with. Was it really worth the try, just for one Sternritter? I'm ready when you are. Jericho said, appearing behind Chad and clad in his Fullbring with a timer ready. Jackie said nothing to the pair as she charged at Lancelot, immediately flowing into series of fast and acrobatic kicks. The Berserker's own speed, durability, and violent unpredictable moves kept him from getting pounded by the Fullbringer's punishing kicks. Arondite. Lancelot yelled out suddenly, with a sword appearing in a burst of black flame. It was more than just a rapier construct, like Yuryu's bow and Ichigo's blades, this was something far stronger and the blade was glowing with power. The knight's speed increased suddenly and almost cut Jackie's leg off, leaving a long and deep gash in her thigh. Chad's mind was made up the moment he saw his ally injured. Do it. Chad growled, his hand going to his medallion. Diablo Gigante. Jericho set the timer, a bubble enveloping the area around them, while Chad created his giant avatar. It wasn't the full-sized one that he used against Yami and was mainly the upper body, but it still dwarfed the Quincy. The moment he noticed its existence, Chad used Bringer Light to accelerate his movements and smashed his devil's fists into the knight. Jackie barely managed to get away just as the giant landed the first blow. Lancelot held his sword up to hold off the massive fist, which left him open for the other three. A la muerte from above, el directos from the sides, another la muerte from above, and Lancelot dropped from the punishing blows, unable to stop the continued punches and shockwaves. Chad only stopped because he suddenly wasn't in his giant state, immediately dropping as he got a skull-splitting headache. Sado! Jackie called out in concern, rushing to his side to check if he was bleeding. Chad turned to see Jericho, laying on the ground and out, along with Lancelot's mangled body. After a quick check that revealed nothing, Jackie calmed down slightly before going to her other Fullbringer ally. Soon after that, Riruka found them and permitted the lot into her hospital dollhouse that was designed by Unohana and Urahara, where Jackie ran a more thorough test on the pair. Lancelot was kept in a separate dollhouse, meant to preserve samples. Good news or bad first? Jackie asked Chad while Riruka made their getaway. Good. He quickly responded, still wincing from the pain. He felt like he could use some form of good news. The battle was rough enough with just that one Sternritter. Good news is that gamble paid off. She answered. Your soul is still as damaged as it was before you used that technique. No worse and no better. That actually was somewhat good news. The bad news is that Jericho is now in a coma and nothing I've done has woken him up. His soul was heavily strained and his rapier was almost completely depleted. I don't know if he'll wake up. That was decidedly very bad news. Nothing they could really do other than rest and hope for the best for now. Riruka had to get them out of France before the authorities showed up. They did tear up a street and a few buildings. Saintly hearts. Somewhere in Italy. She hasn't heard much from her friends since they went on the journey, each one keeping to themselves until the agreed time to contact each other and make a report on their Quincy hunts. Though she does miss them all dearly, she knows they are all hard at work with their mission, so she must be as well. She managed to track down an odd concentration of power and energy around Rome and the Vatican, so she's been searching in that area, playing the part of a wide-eyed tourist. However, she still needed a place to stay and she didn't want to stay in a hotel. Instead she came upon an orphanage where she started volunteering at, helping to take care of the children in it. Okay kids. It's time for lunch. Come on inside. Orihime called out to the group of children she was overseeing while the head nun went to speak with one of the priests in the city. Seemed like the folks in the Vatican were interested in some of the children. Orihime could sense that some had a power locked away inside of them. One that caught her eye in particular was a young girl with sky-blue eyes and blonde hair that she wore with a few ponytails and had her bangs frame her face. Her name was Jean and she was already close to the Onmyoji exorcist. Coming big sis. Jean called out, running in her white sundress with the other kids following close behind. Orihime enjoyed this time with the kids. She thought it was good practice for when she and her future sister wives had children of their own. She wouldn't mind leaving the fighting behind to be a mother, and peace could not come soon enough in her opinion. She retreated to the kitchen and brought out the simple meals she had made for the children, when she suddenly felt a strong presence appear. Wordlessly and silently, she had Tsubaki ready himself to strike down whoever and whatever was making its way over to the orphanage. Hey! What smells so good? The presence loudly called out as a young teen male appeared. He was dressed similarly to a priest with blonde hair, green eyes, and a teardrop mark on his forehead. Hey kids, I'm back. He said with a smile, followed soon by a series of excited breaths and cheers as the children rushed to him. Dulio! The children cried out as they rushed him. He began to greet them happily and Orihime relaxed her own guard, though Tsubaki remained at the ready. Come on. Big sis made some chokonomiyaki. They said, showing him a chocolate-brown pancake covered in fudge and chocolate syrup topped with shredded cabbage. Wordlessly, Dulio grabbed a fork and sliced into it before taking a bite. So chocolatey. He said in delight, taking another bite from the odd creation. It feels like I'm eating Hong Kong-style fried noodles as well. How did this work? He demanded, looking at Orihime in wonder. Just comes out that way. She replied simply, keeping a serene smile. Thus the group enjoyed a nice lunch. Most of the kids went to take naps while Jean wanted to run about a bit more. Orihime was washing dishes, and Dulio was helping. "You're really close to the kids, aren't you?" she asked, keeping that smile, while Dulio dropped his own disguised calm. "I am, so I wonder what someone of your power is doing here," he said, his presence getting heavier in a way similar to Ryatsu. "I don't recognize you as a member of the church, but you don't feel like a demon. That leaves the fallen or pagan. You don't feel too malicious, despite that spirit that's watching me. Who are you and what are you doing here?" Orihime weighed her options and what she knew of the kid from what she saw, genuine care for the other orphans and a drive to protect them from physical threats as well as emotional ones. That was enough for her to trust him, especially since her already knows that she has power. She still had Shuno and I am get ready in case things went south and she needed to reject him entirely. "I'm Orihime Inoue, and I came here because I felt a spiritual disturbance," she admitted to the church soldier. "This place in particular had some strong energies to it, but they aren't quite what I am looking for. That said, I don't mind being here and helping to look after the children," she said with a smile, making the other exorcist relax. "If that's the case, why not come with me and devote your service to God?" he asked, smiling at the girl. "I'm certain you can find a place among us and we can help you in your task. So long as it's righteous." Orihime smiled and was about to turn it down, when a sudden scream alerted the two of them. That was Jean. He realized, concern coloring his voice, as the two ran outside and found nothing. "Jean!" Dulio called out, feeling very scared for the young girl. "That way." "Ventus," Orihime said, pointing toward a forest before the wind gathered at her feet and shot her forward. Dulio was surprised for a moment before following suit, keeping up with the older girl using his own wind. With Orihime's guidance, the pair soon came upon a late middle-aged man in white robes with blue lines that seemed militaristic and rough-looking skin, almost like sandpaper. In his hands was a scared and struggling Jean, desperate to get out of the man's iron grip. "Now calm down, child, soon you will be filled with His Majesty's divine power," he said to the girl while licking his lips. "Don't you want to devote yourself to such a holy task as aiding the Quincy King? What's holy about this?" Dulio yelled out as the two landed in front of the pair, both looking at him with a cold and focused glare. "What's divine about kidnapping children and... I don't even want to think about what you're planning." Orihime wasn't interested in talking, she found her Quincy target and it was time to go to work. "Koten Zanshuan," she immediately said, the three sprites of Tsubaki flying around to cut him to pieces, only to stop dead on contact. "What the? Physical attacks can't hurt me." The Quincy laughed hysterically, holding the scared Jean tighter to him. "I'm Stern Ritter F, the friction. I can make anything immobile by either removing or maxing out friction. Too much, they can't move their feet. Too little, they slip too much." He laughed, lifting Jean and liking her ear in mocking the pair. Jean looked so terrified that Orihime's glare turned downright murderous while Dulio got an idea. "Just physical attack then? Something like fire can work?" he asked, surprising both the Quincy and Orihime. I guess. But you wouldn't dare dash. Orihime, got a fire spirit?" he asked, making the Quincy's eyes widen in recognition of the name while Orihime seemed to have caught on. "Ignis, come forth." She summoned, a red light coming from one of her rings before taking humanoid form. "Contain my flames," Dulio said as he held his hand out to the Quincy, causing him to erupt into flames. The sudden fire shocked the Quincy into releasing Jean, who immediately ran to Orihime. The spirit concentrated the flames into a sphere around the friction, while Dulio increased the fury of the fire. The cries ended quickly as the Quincy was burned to ash. Jean was now safe, and Orihime had a lot to explain. But for now, a crying child needed comfort. There Jean. Big sis is here. The spirit user said, holding and gently patting the sobbing girl as they made their way back to the orphanage. After an extra sweet snack and a hairstyle makeover, a messy bob with a single thick pigtail braid, Jean joined the other kids for a nap while Dulio was filled in on the Quincy matter. But it sounds like this Yawatch is a parasite. Why do the other Quincy serve him and why do they consider it holy? He asked after Orihime gave him the full story as she knew it. Why do you consider anything you do for the church to be holy? She returned, stunning the boy. Is it because you truly believe in the cause, or because you were told to do so? He never once thought of it like that. My enemies are the Quincy, but two of my best friends and trusted allies are Quincy as well. Ones that turned against Yawatch. Should they suffer the same judgment as those that serve Yawatch despite going against him? If he applied that train of thought to his life, then what was he doing? As for why they think it, it's because they believe in Yawatch. Believe in his mission and end goal. Belief is a powerful thing, and if you control that then you control the people. I can see that. He admitted as the children woke up from their naps. Just try to focus on doing the right thing for everyone and not blindly follow. Orihime advised as she returned to the children playing with them and making happy memories while Dulio was left to ponder her words. Orihime stuck around for a few more days after Jean suddenly began to create blades from nothing but would soon leave to continue her mission. Night Quincy. With Yuryu. The Quincy was not happy at all. How long has he spent in Europe as a whole? Traveling from one country to another, following lead after lead, only to be disappointed with information they already knew, intelligence that was not helpful at all, and no opponent that could give him a proper challenge. For all the hype of dragons in myths and legends, the ones he fought were disappointing. Then again, these were mostly domesticated livestock and not beasts of legends. He was curious of a few names though. Ophis, Albion, and Draig were not names he recognized in any legend. The only other thing that was going his way was his research into the dragons in Reverse London's care and how they could help back home. Unfortunately, spirit energy and whatever it was that resided with the members of Wing Bind, the name of Godiai's western counterpart, was not as compatible as he'd like. He did find some dragons that could help with spirit material, but not many and resources were precious for him. But, he did manage to create a very powerful weapon with what he had. He was in a taxi when he pulled out the revolver he made. It was fashioned from material he got from hammerback mineral dragons, thus rendering it invisible to anyone not spiritually aware or not touched by dragons. The gun itself was gleaming silver with a mid-length barrel and a rather hefty chamber, each one holding a Schneider bullet. He was still shocked that he managed to make any of it, but it was still a prototype and in need of real-world combat testing. Maybe Reverse London would send a team of conservation rangers and dragons to Japan and Soul Society to see if it could bring about a positive change. He was brought out of his thoughts when he suddenly sensed a strong presence in the city, the taxi finally reaching London. Stop the car. The Quincy suddenly ordered, making the driver stop. Here's £50, keep the change. He quickly ran into an alleyway, getting out of public sight, and used Herenkyaku to make his way to where he felt the presence. While moving at high speeds he tried to fine-tune his senses, finding the strongest presence somewhere in the sewers near the Thames and a stronger concentration over at Camden. Deciding to err on caution, he headed for Camden and found 5 cloaked figures surrounding a young girl. Come on, just grab her and we can be done with this. One of the figures said, sounding agitated and scared. The sooner we get her back to him, the more likely we can avoid that. They moved and won the young blonde girl, who held a look of defiance in her eyes despite the numbers against her. Yuryu felt one of the seal Schneiders on his hip before dropping down between the girl and the group. Is that the traitor? He heard them yell in anger. Vandenrake. Yuryu growled as the figures removed their cloaks, revealing themselves as soldats. The Quincy member of the Soul Reapers tried, for the longest time he could, to avoid killing his own people because he kept telling himself that he could and would eventually bring honor back to the Quincy. If it ever even existed under Yawatch, that is. But this? Turning their arms on a young, defenseless girl. That was too much for him to tolerate, and he cut them down faster than they could even react. Are you alright? Yuryu asked the young girl, his kind smile blocking the view of the 5 soldats falling to the ground dead. I'm fine, sir. She said, nodding her head. She was a cute blonde girl in a white dress with a black bow and black stockings. I am grateful for your rescue, and it shows I am lacking in my skills as a knight. Yuryu chuckled, finding the sense of innocence in the girl to be adorable. He also kept focusing on the being behind him because even though he cut and pierced vital points on each one, their life forces held strong. By my honor, as Artoria Pendragon of the esteemed line of King Arthur, I simply must invite you to my home to repay my debt. She declared, surprising the Quincy. The Arthur Pendragon. He thought in amazement. The King of the Knights of the Round Table and King of Camelot. Dozens of thoughts flooded his mind in that instant, various possibilities on the who and the why. Did the Vandenrake know she was related to King Arthur? What were the odds of actually meeting a member of that illustrious line? What importance does this information have? The best chance of getting his answers would likely come from meeting with the girl's family. I'm grateful for the offer and would love to come. Just wait a moment. He said as he felt Raisher spike behind him. He quickly grabbed Artoria and flashed out the alley by jumping above the buildings, looking down to see what could only be described as demonic starfish. What are those things? Artoria shrieked, surprising Yuryu by her ability to see the spirit side of things. That or whatever happened to those Quincy was still in the physical plane, and that's far more concerning. They're dead. Yuryu calmly said, activating his Volstandig and shooting a storm of feathers down on the monstrosities before firing a Seal Schneider down as well. The silver hilt of the weapon froze in mid-air while a barrier of highly dense Raisher formed around all the monsters. Geld shrank. He said, dropping a Raisher-filled Jinto onto the Seal Schneider. The barrier shrank and shrank, crushing the demonic starfish before Yuryu dropped back down to it and used Reizotengai to throw it skyward to explode harmlessly. No doubt it would surprise the people of London and likely alert the Sternritter or whoever those soldats answered to, but it was the least likely to have collateral damage if he kept control. Is it over? Really over? Artoria asked, holding on to Yuryu's sleeve while the Quincy glared at the dissipating smoke. For now, yes. He told her as she began to lead him to her home. Time skip. It all seemed to pass by in a flash for the Quincy, going to Artoria's house and joining the family for dinner. Artoria was excited to introduce him to her family while also trying to project an air of confidence and strength, kind of reminded him of Ichigo when they were younger. He also met the rest of the Pendragon family, Artoria's twin brother Arthur, little sister Lefay, and parents Heldalf and Layla Pendragon. Young Arthur had glasses, wore a business suit on his small frame, and had shoulder-length blonde hair, being more calm and focused than his twin, reminding Yuryu of himself. Lefay was even smaller, being the youngest child, with shoulder-length blonde curls and dressed in a more witchy aesthetic. I thank you for delivering my child back home safely. Heldalf said while bearing a regal appearance befitting a king, a deep voice like a lion's roar, a darker shade of blonde with a full beard, and a well-kept but fierce look to him. Please, join my family for dinner. The man offered with a smile. It's been ages since we've had any surprise guests. Layla said with a smile. She had long platinum blonde hair, wore a red dress with a red and gold headpiece to hold her long flowing hair. I'm tempted to cook dessert in celebration. How about chiffon cake? Both Pendragon daughters seem excited by the news. But first, we must make sure to wash up. Artoria, Lefay, will go first. The matriarch took her daughters and went to the washroom. Been a while since she made a chiffon cake. Heldalf mused with a smile. I now have another reason to thank you, Sir Ishida. Dinner went by quickly, calm but with a sense of guarded concern with both parents keeping an eye on Artoria. As if the moment they take their eyes off her she'll disappear. Much like all the food she was eating. That little girl probably ate enough for half the people at the table. Afterward Yuryu had received a call from Wingbine's Saber squad that said another Quincy was found, defeated, turned into a demonic starfish, defeated again, and was being kept in stasis for him to join in researching later. Good, make sure that thing, at least, stays in one piece. Yuryu said as he was finishing the call. I'm not good enough to get anything helpful from contaminated ooze. The call ended as the Quincy looked for Heldalf to announce his goodbyes, as was only decent to do. He searched around the large mansion, heavily decorated in Arthurian lore, before finding the man on a balcony. You're a bit of an enigma to me, Sir Ishida. He said before the Quincy had a chance to say anything, continuing to watch over his family as they played together. Arthur was protecting Queen and Princess from a vicious and adorable saber lion. You are not an exorcist or priest I've ever seen. You don't seem like any angel. Which leaves heroic lineage, either a direct descendant like my family or inheriting the spirit and abilities of the hero in question. He faced Yuryu, who was confused but quickly controlled himself to gather as much information as possible. Did you think they were named by chance? Heldalf asked before pointing to the twins. My son inherited the king's skill, my daughter the ambition. My other daughter takes after Morgan Le Fay in terms of magical talent. He pointed to Yuryu. But which are you? Are you the legacy of Shiro Amakusa? Attempting to bring Christianity to Japan again? I'm not sure. Yuryu answered, evading the question. But I doubt that it matters. What does matter is stopping the people that tried to take away Artoria. Heldalf shifted in place, focusing on the new task instead of the question of what is Yuryu. They've only been delayed for now and won't stop until they have Artoria. Time skip. Yuryu was not happy, which was starting to seem like the theme of the month. He explained the bare minimum to Heldalf and secured the man's help with hunting and slaying the Vandenrake, and then sent a call to his friends about the heroic legacies. Orihime confirmed the story of those heroes, revealing her meeting with Jean and the lieutenant surmising that the girl was indeed Joan of Arc reborn. After that, Yuryu was now hunting for his target in earnest. A target that has clearly had time to skirt around discovery and lay plenty of traps. Stronger monsters seemed to be a favorite of the Twisted Freak, and had thus far evaded capture. The Quincy finally had enough when he and Heldalf raided another hideout, finding it riddled with corpses of missing persons from all over the United Kingdom and the monstrosities that this person was so fond of. So he burned it all, set fire to everything and wrote a message for his target as clear as day. Meet me on the Thames. Which brings them to now. Yuryu was standing in the middle of the river, the entire city deserted with efforts from Reverse London and the Pendragons, and thus removing any possibilities of innocent bystanders getting caught up in the coming battle. He had his purification cross, his seal Schneiders, his Jinto, and his new revolver holding his Schneider rounds, while the witches and wizards of Wingbine's Saber unit had their dragon steeds and new modified pistols meant to damage whatever this Quincy's monsters were. Any moment now, if his target were to the challenge, then the battle would begin. He closed his eyes and drew a deep breath, sensing a new presence in front of him. So, do I get to have the courtesy of your identity? Yuryu asked, opening his eyes to see his enemy. The man had a young face, large and bulbous eyes, shiny pale skin, had combed back black hair, was tall and had a hunch that hid a build worthy of a warrior. He wore heavy black robes with a large cassock around his collar, but the oddest and most haunting item on his person was the book in his hand. The item itself was pulsing with rancor and smelled more foul than anything he had encountered before. The man before him smiled and gave a slight and mocking bow. I would go by Bluebeard, but I don't think I've done enough to live up to the legacy of my forebear. So for now, call me Sternritter M, the monster. He told Yuryu as he bore his gaze into the teen. And you would be the traitor, Yuryu Ishida. The lieutenant didn't answer the provocation, instead think back to where he heard the name of Bluebeard. Bluebeard. If I remember my history correctly, that was the character inspired by the French knight Gilles de Rais. he said as years of study and schooling replayed in his mind. Yes, my forebear was the very knight you speak of. The stern Ritter said, smiling all the while. A man that worshipped the holy maiden knight, Jeanne d'Arc, and went mad after her execution. His smile turned melancholic as he continued. And those of us that bear his legacy bear that obsession with Jeanne, desperately looking for her in this vast world. Is it to atone for past sins, because we're cursed by this desire to find her, because that knight held such strong feelings for her? I don't entirely know, but I still wish to find her, and someone is getting in my way. He said with a sudden twisted smile to Yuryu. And you think she's here in London? The Quincy asked, resolving to not bring up what Orihime told him. What's the plan from there? You've already sold yourself away, and I doubt Yawatch would allow you to have another master. I can't speak for the others, but I certainly desire our maiden. Bluebeard answered. I want to find her, keep her to myself, protected and away from all that would take her from me. And if she becomes a ripened fruit, I'll pluck her for myself. You intend to RPE Joan of Arc? Yuryu asked, disgusted by the thought. I truly enjoyed the atrocities committed by Gillis, and how better to succeed the man. The stern Ritter asked as shadows beneath them moved unnoticed by Yuryu. I care not for restoring his so-called good name. I want to murder and defile as I desire. Daring God to strike me down. He said while throwing his arms to the heavens, Yuryu reaching for the gun on his side. I'm not God. He said, activating his bow and wrapping his hand around the butt of his revolver. But I'll be his divine sword. He growled with every intention of killing the Quincy in front of him, when he finally sensed something in the water. As tentacles burst forth from the dark waters below, Yuryu flew himself to safety and watched in horror at the abomination that was coming forth. The flesh of the beast was the darkest shades of purple that it was almost black with sickly green lumps all over its endless tentacles, dozens of which were wrapping around the stern Ritter. Yuryu Ishida. He called out as something like a giant maw surfaced and slowly swallowed the madman. I'm pleased to have met you. If I bring His Majesty your head, he'd grant me a whole Jagdermi group to hunt down the Holy Maiden. Now, Yuryu the traitor, die so that I may finally accomplish the ambitions of Gillis de Rice. He cried out as the monster continued to rise and more tentacle appeared, the main body even looked like a giant squid tentacle, the whole thing was more akin to a Lovecraftian abomination than anything that should rightly exist. Yuryu watched on in shock before taking a breath to calm himself. Keep your focus. He told himself as he readied his bow, a solid white and blue four-pronged bow that vibrated with energy. His phone started to vibrate, prompting Yuryu to answer it. Hey. You have a plan to kill this thing. Right? He heard Spangle Ninei asked, unable to mask her fear. Herself and Noel Naihashi were promoted to Saber Squad after Yuryu brought them along to put down a nest of hidden black dragons and then gave his recommendation. Guess his veteran status as a combatant was respected among the higher-ups of Reverse London. They needed it now more than ever. Our guns were modified to kill those smaller starfish things. Not. Whatever that thing is. I might have one. Yuryu admitted. Now's as good a time as any to test my Schneider rounds, but I'll need a clean shot. Think the whole of the sabers can whittle that thing down enough for me to find that BSTRD and all that? We can try. On your mark. She returned as Yuryu activated his Volstandig and flew up to the midpoint of the monster's height. He took aim and shouted. Now. He unleashed a barrage of arrows at Bluebeard's monster, flaring his buzzing wings to shred any tentacle that got too close to him. Meanwhile, from all over London, members of Wing Bind came flying in on their broombuggy dragons and began shooting at the behemoth. The good news was that the modified weapons were still effective against the creature, blasting off bits and chunks and some managing to sever entire tentacles, but the immediate bad news was that the monster easily and immediately regenerated the damage. It can heal. That puts us at an extreme disadvantage. Yuryu thought as he flew about, dodging tentacles and still shooting arrows at the monster. He could sense the massive concentration of Raisher, but there was so much of it that he couldn't pinpoint wherein the monster was Gillis. No. Help. He heard some of the sabers cry out as they were caught and pulled toward the nightmare creature. Some got freed by other witches and wizards, others were devoured in the mass of flesh which soon grew eyes all over its form and seemed to start moving faster. We're barely making a dent. Yuryu thought as the monster continued to regenerate from the attack. And with it healing, I'm starting to doubt we can beat it. He felt the creep of despair climbing up his spine before shaking his head. No. Father and Uncle Isshin made sure to drill determination into our skulls precisely for these kinds of conflicts. Nothing is unkillable, everything has a weakness. He remembered as he tried to focus his senses, scanning to pinpoint where in the monster's body the Sternritter might be or, at the very least, the book powering it. Once again, all he got was the fire of the enemy's spirit energy around the massive head, even when he focused and refined that focus. Wait. He saw something. It was small, but it was definitely near the center. I really hope this works. He whispered, getting an idea and flashing above the monstrosity. He pulled out the revolver and took aim, hundreds of tentacles swarming up to devour him. Time slowed to a crawl the moment he fired his shot, the first true test of the Schneider round. The bullet's form was taken from the RIP bullet developed in the United States, held in a Jinto shell that had enough Raisher in it to send the bullet for miles with enough penetrative power to go through even the strongest Hierro and Blut. The special factor of the bullet is that each fragment could generate a Seal Schneider blade and was connected by Soul's silver nanothread, some of the last he had on hand when coming here, which will cause the fragments to activate and turn it into a whirlwind of blades carving their way through the target. The bullet drilled into the monster's flesh, entering it with ease, and soon erupting into a spiral of destruction. An explosion of gore followed as the blades tore the monster to shreds. The only indicator that his shot was successful was the pained cry of the Sternritter. Years of dedicated archery and marksmanship training gave his all the information for his next shot as he flashed in front of the head and fired another shot, the gaping wound from the shot revealing Rice's legacy with several horizontal gashes going from head to toe. The shot now destroyed his book and took his left arm as well, the monster now collapsing and melting into a shower of blood with the catalyst gone. Yuryu lowered himself down and caught the Sternritter, bringing them to shore for a more thorough interrogation. Wake up! Yuryu growled, slapping the Vandenrake Quincy really hard to make him focus. You're the legacy of Gillis de Rice. Your line has been searching for Jeanne d'Arc for generations. I've met the Pendragon family descended from King Arthur himself. Now tell me, what other legacies are there and which ones are already part of the Vandenrake? The lieutenant demanded before a tentacle suddenly wrapped around his neck. You think that after everything you've done, that I would answer you? Gillis roared, revealing the tentacle that was tightening around Yuryu's throat was connected to what was his left arm. Traitor Ishida, the Quincy that turned his back on his own family, my desire was to find the Holy Virgin. You've denied me that, so I'll take your dash. He stopped as his tentacle was chopped off and was suddenly electrocuted. I'll be taking this. Yuryu heard someone say and his neck was released and Gillis collapsed from the sudden jolts of electricity surging through his body. The person was a blonde woman with a single long braided ponytail and dressed like a business secretary with a hefty suitcase. She effortlessly handled Rice's body as she proceeded to stuff him into the suitcase. Mimu? Is that you? Yuryu asked, prompting the woman to look at Yuryu and slowly shift into the familiar form that Yuryu was used to seeing. New Jigai? Yes, experimental and the only one of its kind. She admitted as she returned to the blonde and flat secretary. Research into Jigai has accelerated greatly, despite a couple hiccups along the way. Anyway, I have a mission here. Need to recover all samples and research you've completed. She then looked to the now bloodied Thames River. Maybe I can help with the cleanup. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Slight hiccups. Urahara and Mayuri just stared at the girl that was looking back at them, wrapped in bandages from head to toe and revealing her long rose-colored hair that curtained over her heterochromia gold and silver eyes, with an odd energy conductor sticking out the sides of her head with a large horn in the middle of her forehead. The three sat there in silence, while Nozomi brutally beat the crap out of the person responsible for her latest headache. Does this mean that the recycle program works? Urahara asked, ignoring Nozomi's ranting. Never interfere with my subjects again. She was in a volatile position and you decided to make her a love doll, you sicko. She roared as her fists beat the man every other word. Yes. Just. Don't expect her to be smarter than an attack dog. This jackass, though stupid and silent, was all that mattered for his aims. Then he's fired. Mayuri finished, examining the new mod soul. Drop him off to my playground later. What are we calling this one? The jackass renamed the file sex_doll_m1. Nozomi answered, coming over after knocking the guy unconscious. Or we could go with Frankenstein, since she was pieced together with recycled body parts. There was a long pause before they agreed on Frankenstein. Warriors of the Sun. With Tatsuki. Okay. Yeah. Maybe you should have talked about this as soon as it was resolved, Orihime. The fiery martial artist said in the conference call with her comrades from around the world. Me? Oh yeah, I did forget to mention this. I'm getting trained by Sun Wukong. Yes, Yuryu, that's Sun Wukong. Apparently there's more to the world than we thought. No, he's not going to help us fight, it apparently breaks some rules. All he can do is teach me a few things I can bring back. So that's the plan for now, K. I'll check for anything in India, we're heading there anyway. Talk to you soon. She finished before hanging up her phone, turning to the famous monkey demon that was patiently waiting for her to finish. So, what's the plan you and your friends cooked up? He asked, taking a drag from his pipe. The Vandenrake seemed to be targeting people with heroic pedigrees, she answered, or that's what it seemed like. So far seems to only be from the Christian influence, but it's the best lead we have on who and what they're targeting. Any notable Indian heroes? Tatsuki asked, making the monkey slide his beard in thought. Well, there is this one guy my boss really respected. Wukong admitted. The latest heir should be an adult or in his late teens by now. There's no way he'd join the Quincy though. His rival on the other hand. He trailed off before shaking his head. We'll deal with that when we get there. For now, back to training. Get your weights on, girl. She nodded and set about putting on ankle and wrist bands that the monkey enchanted to grow heavier as she gets stronger so that she's always pushing herself. This process ended with Wukong transforming into a monkey and latching onto her back. NGH. I know my weights are supposed to get heavier, but are you sure you're not putting on a few pounds, monkey? Tatsuki asked as she began jogging, focusing on drawing out her life force to power her movements. Their current location was in the Sichuan province of central China and Wukong was forcing Tatsuki to make her way to India on foot, using the intense physical act to make her draw out the power of Tuki. The journey lasted for a couple weeks, managing speed techniques helps out greatly, before they actually reached the country. Her training was to run all day with heavy weights, occasionally striking a thick tree or large boulder into powder when the monkey ordered it, to sparring all night with Sun being particularly rough with the girl. Not even her shunko gave her much help against him. Tatsuki only ever got 2 hours of sleep, one at dawn and the other at dusk. Her body was, oddly enough, mostly recovered after each hour and Sun had her repeat the process till they got to India while pushing her further every day. Well, here we are. Sun announced after they finally crossed the border, Tatsuki continuing to run as fast as she could. She managed to avoid any border agents and kept charging deeper into the nation. Now, to find the latest descendant of Karna. I think he even has the same name. And that is? Tatsuki asked, still running because Sun cracked her skull the last time she slowed down. He was a demigod son of Surya, Hindu sun god, hero of charity, and one of the few people my boss respects. Sun answered, tapping Tatsuki to signal her to stop. He's an albino, the white hair, pale skin, but his eyes are blue. There should be a red gem in his chest, he wields a golden spear and should have golden armor. A little edgy, if I'm being honest. He described, slipping off her back and transforming back into his more human form. Also a master fire user, so he could help you there. Now to find him. He scanned the distance, trying to sense some kind of trace of their target. The pair soon felt a great disturbances in the spirit energy around them, originating a few more miles to the south. Think that's him? Tatsuki asked as they charged on, heading for what may be their best lead. What they came upon was a most fearsome duel, a man in a black form-fitting body suit that Sun described as Karna fighting furiously against a dark brown-colored man in what seemed like white quincy robes, taking a more colorful floral tone near the bottom, a large metal case at his side, and a large bow with a string of blue and an odd claw-like protrusion on the body. Possibly what he shoots his arrows out of. That's definitely Karna. And Arjuna. Sun sighed out. They hate each other. Arjuna drew his bow and aimed at Karna, releasing several energy shots and signaling the other archers to do the same. Karna's skill with his spear was immediately apparent as he dodged and deflected many of the spirit arrows. Many, but not all, as Arjuna kept up a ferocious attack and sent a bolt clean through one of Karna's arms. And the quincy got to him. We need to help. Sun said as they assembled archers took aim again. I'll take the small fry. Ignite, Hidori. Tatsuki quickly said before flashing to one of the soldats and slamming her armored heel into the side of his head. The quincy in question was sent flying into one of his comrades as a fireball. This surprised the rest of the soldats, and Tatsuki, taking advantage of the sudden shock, got to work. She flashed about the battlefield, moving like a comet, and striking each of the soldats as fast as she could, with each one flying away like fireballs from her hits. With all the quincy down, she flashed in front of Karna. You alright, big guy? The albino's own surprise passed as he looked at the girl that came to his aid. Yes, thank you. He said calmly while scanning Tatsuki with an analytical eye. But I must ask, who are you? Tatsuki remembered that Sun warned her to be truthful with Karna. People of that bloodline were terrifyingly good at spotting liars, but it never mattered with her since she's never liked lying anyway. Name's Tatsuki Arisawa, she answered, and I'm here to recruit you to fight for the sake of the world. Karna saw one of the downed quincy moving. I can explain more, but first we need to get you dash. The demigod threw her aside just as the soldat fired a shot that nailed him in the stomach, piercing through his flesh with ease. Karna. The man grunted, but stayed standing, gripping his lance tightly as the area around him grew hotter. Arisawa, are you fireproof? He suddenly asked as Tatsuki finally noticed the temperature changed, some of the soldats already trying to escape. I'm resistant enough. She answered as Karna exploded into fire, frying several of the quincy. That's a little more than I can do. The martial artist admitted in shock as the fire died down, smoldering bits here and there, but Karna was still badly injured and dropped to his knees. Karna. Tatsuki called out in concern, unsure of what to do since she was a fighter and not a medic. Thankfully, Sun was on them in seconds and he seemed to know what he was doing. Alright, let's patch you up first. He said, his hand glowing white as he placed it over Karna's wound. Tatsuki was impressed to see the 2 holes sealing up and came to a quick conclusion. Is this why you've been able to keep running me ragged despite everything you've had me do? She asked as Goku finished his healing. It's called Senjutsu and it can do far more than just heal Tatsuki. He answered as he and Karna stood up. It is controlling the flow and energy of one's life force to do things much like how Shinigami use their Raisher for Kido. Anyone that learns Senjutsu can use Tuki, but it's faster to teach you a skill you're more familiar with than to train you in an entirely new skill set. Now then, where is your armor, Karna? The monkey asked of the demigod, who looked rather irritated by the loss of said armor. That coward Arjuna had it stolen while I bathed. The albino answered. Then he attacked me with those weird archers. I'm surprised he even allowed me the chance to get dressed. Now my question, what fight and why me? We'll explain as we move. Sun quickly said, turning back to a monkey and jumping onto Tatsuki's back. I've got a mountain we can regroup at. Move, Tatsuki. You've still got your weights on, girl. He ordered, smacking her into running. Karna shrugged his shoulders before joining his new allies. Wukong's mountain. So there is a war brewing between the groups of the Soul Society and Vandenrake, Shinigami and Quincy, and instead of keeping it between your two groups, the Quincy are recruiting around the world while your sides seek to either stop them or recruit your own allies. All the while, strengthening yourselves during your travels. Karna surmised from what Tatsuki told him, getting a nod from the martial artist. And as for the fate of the world part, the leader of the Quincy is planning to do something that will cause the world to collapse and destroy itself unless he is stopped. That is the case. Tatsuki admitted before pointing at Goku. And since, from what this monkey told me, other great powers from around the world avoid getting involved in each other's affairs, we need to deal with this ourselves. But that doesn't mean you can't lend your help. Karna thought it over, judging the situation for himself. From the looks of it, Arjuna joined the opposite side of the people that came to him. Arjuna joined a side that aims to destroy the world. Was it just to kill him? Was the hate between the demigod lines of Arjuna and Karna this dedicated to ending the other? Arjuna said he was now a stern ritter. The Fire Master said, surprising Tatsuki before she sighed in exasperation. Stern ritter, what does that mean? Yawach, the king of the Quincy, can empower those that drink his blood with his own soul. She explained, going off what she knew of the mechanics of the matter. Doing so allows him to carve a letter into your own soul, and that letter grants you greater powers, always connected to a word that starts with that letter. He could link to any number of things and any number of powers, but the power isn't a gift. It's a loan, and paying it back means your life. He absorbs your soul. The weight in the room felt physically heavy as Tatsuki revealed the fate that awaited Arjuna. So no matter what, Arjuna will die. Karna sighed, making his decision. This has always been between me and him, and now he threw that away for what? A better chance at beating me? I will side with the Soul Reapers, but on two conditions. 1. I want my armor back. Arjuna has it and I will not suffer his possession of my armor. I may be the hero of charity, but not to him. 2. Arjuna is mine. No one else can kill him. Tatsuki nodded in understanding. I'll help you get your armor, but I can't promise anything with Arjuna if you don't kill him here. She admitted, standing up and holding out her hand to shake. I'm told the battlefield can be pretty chaotic. Then we have a deal. Karna said, taking her hand and shaking it. Now, for Arjuna's base. Arjuna's home. It was the next day when they assaulted Arjuna's home, a beautiful villa in the middle of nowhere that was immaculately designed with much artwork of a beautiful man with a bow and a four-armed figure atop an elephant. Sun said that Arjuna was also the spiritual descendant of Indra, but selling his soul to the Quincy would drop him out of the gods' favor so they could continue without worry. The plan was that Karna would fight Arjuna, both Sun and the demigod claiming that Arjuna was never a match for him without outside help and the power of the Quincy wouldn't make a difference. While that was going on, Sun would work on recovering Karna's golden armor and Tatsuki would keep any other Quincy occupied. It was simple: go in, ransack the place, steal a golden suit of armor, maybe kill someone if Karna could, and Soul Society would have a reliable ally. Come on, you pricks! Tatsuki roared as she threw fireballs at a mass of Quincy. The attack on the compound went as such. Karna and Tatsuki launched the equivalent of an artillery strike since the whole base was filled with a battalion of Quincy. The strike lured Arjuna and the others out, with Karna immediately gunning for Arjuna and dragging him away from his allies and leaving Tatsuki with roughly 50 soldats as her opponents. Meanwhile, Sun infiltrated the house and began searching for the armor. Get out of my way, I'm getting that armor! She shouted, throwing a kick with a trail of fire burning away a barrage of spirit arrows. Sun and Karna suspected that they'd prioritize protecting Karna's armor since he was nigh invulnerable with it on. She began flashing around the battlefield as more and more Quincy converged on her position, many shooting arrows, but some were deciding to take a more direct approach with more melee-oriented weapons. It was only Tatsuki's speed and agility that allowed her to keep flying around the battlefield and avoid any damaging hits beyond a few scratches and scraps, but that was starting to wear out. Wukong never let her take the weights off, even now. The point of this training is to put you so close to the brink of death and so often that you become intimately familiar with the sense of life energy within yourself. She remembered Sun Wukong telling her when they started her training. Until you can HRNSS that power, those weights don't come off. She did feel something when he left her as a broken and bleeding wreck the 10th time they sparred, and she spent every day trying to get that feeling back. Trying to focus on that and the ever-increasing weight on her body as they grew heavier, was a sufficient distraction that ended with her getting shot through her leg. Crap! She cursed as she slipped, twisted her ankle, and tumbled across the ground before slamming against a statue of an archer. She tried to get up, but the statue itself soon collapsed and fell on her, burying her in the rubble. The Quincy were pragmatic enough to not simply assume her dead and stuck around, watching and waiting with their bows at the ready. Tatsuki herself felt oddly warm. It was a sensation that was only slightly different from her own spiritual fires, but familiar. The same sensation when she nearly died to Sun's brutal sparring. Either this is that life energy Tuki is from, or I'm dying. She thought as she felt out that energy, feeling it wrap around her body like a soothing flame. Ha! It does feel like Shunko. She thought before pushing herself to her feet, all the rubble flying off her body with explosive force. That was the signal for the Quincy as they released a barrage of arrows at her. To Tatsuki, the spirit missiles moved slowly as her senses went into overdrive. She barely felt herself move as she suddenly flashed into the center of the Quincy, her fist raised high for a move she hasn't used in a while. Funka! She said before punching the ground, creating a deep crater that was soon engulfed in a bubble of flame before turning into a tornado of fire. The result of Tatsuki putting in more energy into that attack than she ever had before. Run! One among the soldats cried out as he tried to run, not even making it 5 steps before Tatsuki burst from the flames and decapitated him with a kick. The other survivors got over their own shock to attempt to run, and many were met with similar lethal strikes to their person by the empowered girl. Ha! She cried out, sending out massive fireballs at the fleeing targets. See that, you old monkey! I think I got it. She then felt a hand on her head. Yes, you did. Time to sleep. She heard before blacking out, Sun catching her with the gold armor in hand. Now, let's heal you up so you can still move when you wake up. He said as he gently laid her down, her skin bruising all over from internal bleeding. Pretty much all of your muscles got ripped up from activating that technique. This is going to take me longer than an hour to patch up. The monkey sighed, immediately getting to work as all the surviving Quincy fled. Another 5 minutes later and Karna reappeared in front of him, slightly injured but nothing too serious. So, what happened? I learned of his power, and then the coward fled. Karna said, picking up his golden armor, not full plate armor. It seemed to cover his arms and legs with a spiked collar and red fur mane with 2 floating plates. He began placing on his body and the metal seemed to fuse to him, giving a sense of divine radiance. He called it the endowed and it looks like it healed him. He stayed silent for a moment, looking at the resting Tatsuki. The power of Yawatch is a frightening thing, but I will not lose to him. I will fight for Soul Society in this war. I will kill Arjuna. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Divine Spanking. Well, Arjuna. Someone's being a naughty little sheet, aren't they? Wukong asked, interrupting the fight between the demigods while Tatsuki met with Karna. Arjuna drew his bowstring and shot 100 bolts at the monkey, only for Goku to deflect each one with his staff. Not brats like you get punished. Extend. The staff in his hand shot forward like a bullet and smashed into Arjuna's nose. DMNU. The archer cursed, grasping his injured nose. Fall back. We're outmatched. He called out to his allies, quickly fleeing the scene. The great fighting Buddha merely scoffed. What a weenie. Berserker progress. Is everything ready? Urahara asked Nozomi as they readied the first official test run of the new Frankenstein model. Mayuri was not present due to work with a volunteer for hollow-based weaponry testing. The pervert screams were heard throughout the entire building. After a lot of work, yes. Kujo admitted, pulling up the Modsowl's chart. Would probably be easier to just restart her, but I did what I could. She can register damage, but can't actually feel anything, and she can't really talk aside from grunts. I was able to give her enhanced speed, durability and strength. And the test you've designed? He asked, looking at the maze Nozomi made with a large spikeless mace in the center with hollows on the other end. A maze for standard intelligence testing and hollows for combat testing. The thing in the center of the maze is called a tonitrus, a heavy bludgeoning weapon that generates electricity from the user. I thought it would be fitting. Neat. Begin the test. Urahara ordered as they watched the girl go through the maze. What does it say about her intelligence when she just runs through the wall? That's debatable. Nozomi sighed, disappointed that her hard work essentially went to waste. Either a simple moron, or a genius for taking the shortest route. There was a sudden bright flash. At least she likes her new toy. Aegean Anarchy. With Chad and Jackie. I'll see to it that they get back to Soul Society. Nimue said in her chameleon jigai, carefully placing the travel dollhouse they've been using into her carrying case. Jericho still hasn't woken up from when they were in France and they figured it was time he get some real medical attention since none of the Foolbringers had any themselves. Riruka was going with them since she's the only one that could control the dollhouses. Again, I apologize for being so late, but I didn't have SEC with my boyfriend for a couple months and I was thirsty. I know the feeling. Jackie mumbled, looking at Chad. Big guy here is too much of a Boy Scout. I'm still considered a minor. Chad defended, feeling slightly embarrassed by the turn of the conversation. Yeah. She went on to mumble about age of consent and how they were both legal by Japan's laws, but not the United States, where Jackie came from. Anyway, thanks for this guide on Greek mythology. She said to Nimue, who nodded. Considering what Yuryu reported a while back, it only made sense. The artificial soul said as she finished packing. You decided to head back towards Greece, which is where some of the most famous heroes came from. If there were legacies of Joan of Arc, King Arthur, and even Gilles de Rice, who knows how many are from the Greek world. Plus, there's more than heroes out there, so watch yourselves. She picked up her case and opened a special Senkaman gate. By the way, Orihime says hello. She's heading for the Celtic lands. And just like that, Nimue left through the gate. Chad and Jackie continued on their way, backpacking and camping their way to Greece on foot. There was little training they could do to strengthen their full brings, but they did whatever they could. Racing, sparring, anything that could enhance their skills and abilities as they made their way across the land. Rare was the day when one of them wasn't tired from training, trying to push themselves to their physical and spiritual limits. Days and weeks passed as they entered and continued through the land Greece, keeping an eye out for any evidence on Quincy in the area. They finally got a sense of a strong spirit, several of them, when they were traveling in Thessaly. Says here that Mount Pelion was the home of the centaur Chiron, the trainer of heroes. Jackie said, looking them the guidebook when they started searching the mountain. Also says here that he was poisoned, gave up his immortality, died and joined the gods of Olympus. So if he's dead, who's occupying that area of the mountain? Chad asked as they continued to follow the erasure of whatever was up there. His replacement? Either way, Chiron trained most of the great heroes and most of those people left kids behind. This might be a gold mine of potential for the Vandenrake if they successfully find any of them. They continued on before sensing something in the mountain trees. And now we're being hunted. Jackie said in a whisper, both Chad and her getting ready for a fight. Clean bubble. Jackie activated her defensive fullbring, focusing on good and happy memories to keep them in her impenetrable shield. They continued up the mountain, keeping mindful of the being following them, and roughly 2 hours later they reached a dead end. A cave the size of a small apartment, good for escaping weather but not much else. The trail ends here, but it doesn't seem to actually lead anywhere. Chad said, leaving Jackie's bubble to further analyze the stone. This whole area seems to be filled with some kind of energy. He raised a hand and pushed forward, sinking into the rock like it was smoke. Illusions, of course. He jumped back into Jackie's bubble and yelled out to whoever. We know you're hiding. I ask that you reveal yourselves. We're not your enemies. That goes for you too, whoever was following us from the midpoint on this mountain. Jackie yelled back, hearing the leaves rustle with agitated movement which was followed by a figure dropping from the trees. It's a relief to hear you call yourselves peaceful. They heard a calm and collected voice speak as a man wearing a white and blue tunic with leather armor appeared, with long brown hair that reached his lower back and riding a brown horse. At least, they thought that at first before recognizing the horse's head was the man's body. I am known as Chiron, and I welcome you. He announced, shocking the two Foolbringers. Inside Chiron's home. They entered through the illusion to find a shining Greek temple with statues of what could be assumed to be ancient heroes holding up the roof, wide and open space where someone twice Chad's size could move around in comfort, a hunter camp on one side with a deer being drained of blood and a small farm on the other side with a couple goats and some chickens. Deeper inside was a library filled with books and scrolls, many bedrooms, a large bath, and all with dozens of braziers and an opening in the top of the mountain. The group sat in what could be considered as the commons area with a platter of bread, cheese, fruits, milk, and tea. Across the Foolbringers was the mythical trainer of Greek heroes, calmly drinking his tea, while a girl dressed in green and black with feline ears and a tail pulled along a man with spiky blonde hair and silver armor with an orange cloth by his ear. For the last time Achilles, no one wants a cake that we don't have time for and your baking skills are atrocious. The girl said as they stood at Chiron's side, though she was glaring at the Foolbringers. Atlanta, be nice to your brother. The centaur lightly scolded before smiling at Chad and Jackie. Sorry for the lack of a proper spread, I wasn't expecting guests. I am Chiron, as I've said, these are my students and adopted children, Atlanta and Achilles. The pair nodded at their respective names. Are they of the ancient heroes' bloodline, reincarnations, or just random people that were named after said heroes? Jackie asked before she could stop herself, the Greeks subtly becoming more guarded as a result of the question. Sorry for the sudden question from my friend. Chad immediately said, trying to defuse the situation. We have to ask that because we've encountered other heroes that were under attack or falling into a villain's hands. My name is Yasutora Sato, she's Jackie Tristan, and we're facing a war where our enemy is trying to gather other heroes. Are you recruiting then? Achilles suddenly asked, smirking confidently and excitedly. Because, if so, you can count me in. His enthusiasm surprised the Foolbringers, since they weren't expecting it to be this easy. Then Chiron chopped his son on the head. Achilles, don't be so eager to join a war you have nothing to gain from. The centaur scolded. I've taught you to be a warrior, but a smart and wise warrior. Neither of which suggest you jump headfirst into battle recklessly. But why train us if we have nothing to fight? Achilles countered the point his teacher made. I'm not jumping into a battle, I'm volunteering for a war that is still being prepared. I'm certain they'd tell me everything I know, and I doubt it would serve anyone if people like us stayed on the sidelines. Besides, he turned to Jackie and Chad, the big guy doesn't seem like a bad person. Am I right in assuming that you aren't native to Greece? That this war might threaten the whole of the world? The pair nodded. Then you can count me in. Achilles said with a smile. Chiron could only sigh in annoyance. Could you explain how you were able to track me and how I can prevent that from happening again? Atlanta suddenly said, gaining everyone's attention. Do that, and I'll fight for your side as well. Chiron's irritation and parental concern was exasperated by Atlanta's declaration, something she noticed. I'm a huntress teacher, I'm at my best when no one can sense me. They sensed me the moment I started stalking them and they were prepared. If what they say is true, then I need to be ready. Stubborn, Chiron sighed, just like the originals. And to answer your questions from earlier, Miss Tristan, they are indeed the reincarnations of Achilles and Atlanta. Atlanta still bears a part of the curse that turned the original into a lion, making her more feline, but she uses it to perfect her hunting ability. Achilles is also a blood descendant that is the reincarnation of his ancestor, but his curse was changed into having enhanced durability instead of nigh invulnerability. I found both as abandoned babes on my mountain and took them both in as my children, and trained them as is my duty as the legendary teacher. If you want my children to aid you, I'll need to see how you measure up as heroes yourselves. Of course. Both Foolbringers said, Chad being sincere while Jackie mumbled under her breath. Anything else before we begin? Who are your opponents? The centaur asked. If they're going to attack, we should know how to identify them. Of course. Chad said while Jackie fished something out of her backpack. Our enemies are called Quincy, humans that have learned to manipulate ambient spirit energy to use as weapons. He told them about the history that led to the first war and near genocide of the Quincy, the circumstances of their return, the dangers they presented, and the threat of Yawach. They are best identified by the 5-pointed cross that is their symbol. At that, Atlanta's cat ears perked up. 5-pointed cross. She asked for clarification. Would they also be wearing white military uniforms? Because I think I saw some of them before. Chad and Jackie froze as the news hit them. Show us where. Hidden Cove. Atlanta took the group down to where she first saw the suspected Quincy appearance, not really concerned since she thought they were simple tourists. Once there, they found what could only be described as a smuggling operation with nearly 100 Quincy. They watched as Vandenrake hauled around crates and cages full of Greek monsters, moving around a short Greek bireme ship bearing no visible symbol aside from a near-invisible Quincy cross on the sail. Shock gave way to other emotions as Achilles looked eager for combat. Atlanta and Chiron were more cautious as they studied the area, while Chad and Jackie tried to keep everyone's heads down. I should have come back sooner. Atlanta cursed as she passed a pair of binoculars to Chiron. There were only a few at first, but I thought it wasn't an issue. Guess I was wrong. One of the cages shook furiously, a Quincy shooting the being inside with a spirit bow which only served to anger the occupant. Poachers. How disgraceful. The cage burst open with a Cyclops breaking out, roaring in anger at his treatment. An anger that was short-lived when a spear pierced through its head directly from the eye, casually thrown by a man with round glasses that was clearly the leader of the group. A stern ritter. Chad cursed, remembering his last encounter with one of the Quincy elite. The stern ritter in question now looked like a cold and unfeeling officer of the army, one that seems more content with just killing everything in front of him that isn't worth converting to a Quincy. This is bad. He looked around to find a way to get closer and get more information when he saw Atlanta notching her bow. Stop. He whispered harshly. Sternritters are elite soldiers with special abilities. Jackie quickly explained. If you jump in recklessly, the only result will be your death. Especially since you can't hide your presence to them yet. The archer growled in frustration at their current helplessness before noticing something odd. Is that Jason? Atlanta asked, spying a blond man in a white and blue tunic with orange cloth around his waist. Definitely connected to the original Jason, but why is he involved? You said they're gathering heroes themselves, but Jason was completely useless as a fighter. But he still led the other heroes of the Argonauts. Atlanta. Chiron reminded the girl. And a silver tongue can be more dangerous than any sword or spear. I'll get in close and try to listen, be ready to flee if I get captured. The centaur descended further down the way to close in on the Quincy, Chad and the others, keeping an eye on him and the Quincy just in case they needed to move. Tense minutes passed, with the only notable change being Chiron losing his horse form for more mobility before he returned, bearing a look of calm fury. We have 1 week. Let's get ready. Back at Chiron's temple. Day 1. The group threw themselves into training themselves in preparation to attack the cove and the Quincy inside. What had Chiron so on edge was the news he heard from Jason and the Sternritter, Quiljopi. The news was that Jason was attempting to sell out other Greek heroes to the Quincy, and any number of them would be dangerous to have as enemies. The question was, which hero would be the target? He wanted to keep an eye on the cove, but the group needed training. However, Chiron was the best teacher in all of Greece for a reason. Achilles and Chad were to spar while Jackie taught Atlanta how to control her Ryatsu, as the Foolbringer called it. You've definitely got strength, Sado. The Greek warrior said, but you're lacking in speed and technique. They were trading quick blows, both dodging and deflecting attacks while getting a gauge of their abilities. Like so. He quickly caught onto Chad's arm and got it into a lock, making his side vulnerable to any assault. I don't know what martial arts they have in your Soul Society, but I suggest you pick up something. Achilles let go as they restarted their stance for another round, the warrior smiling confidently. Suddenly Chad was in front of him, almost like he teleported, with his hand just hovering an inch away from his body. I'll admit, I am lacking in that regard. The Foolbringer admitted, rubbing his joints from the stress of using Bringer Light to move that fast. As you can tell, power is my strong suit over technique, and I'm not exactly the fastest. In fact, my martial arts training as a whole was barely longer than a year before I devoted myself to training and understanding my own specific powers. Everything else was making sure I was strong and durable enough to keep up. Achilles felt himself smile, the sudden ferocity of the attack making his blood boil for combat, but he held himself. I can help you learn Pancratium. It might help. He suggested as they resumed their spar. Atlanta's training into sensing Racier was not going as well. Don't use your hearing. Jackie scolded, moving too fast for Atlanta to react thanks to her dirty boots and kicking the girl in the gut. You're trying to see the spirit of a person. The huntress was blindfolded but was still able to dodge, after a few punishing kicks from the Foolbringer, thanks to her trained hearing. Now, Jackie upped both her speed and her force so that Atlanta was too slow to react. If you don't catch up, you're going to end up dead. She warned as Atlanta forced herself back to her feet. Again. The huntress demanded. Day 4. Since souls grow in power rapidly in response to near-death experiences, Atlanta managed to gain the ability to see spirits and sense Ryatsu after being brought to the brink of death for an entire day. After that was a matter of learning how to control her Ryatsu so that she wouldn't be exposed when she took over spying on the cove, which was much easier than getting beaten to near death. With that skill under her belt, she and Jackie went to the cove and had Chiron return to the temple. Chad and Achilles now sparred in Pancratium, which the centaur was overseeing before deciding it was time for a break. Enough. Chiron gently called out after Chad put Achilles in a shoulder lock, the two disengaging from each other. Achilles, go get some water. Chad, I'm curious about your Fullbring abilities. Mind if we talk about them? Achilles went about getting the water while Chad and Chiron left the temple. Basically, how they work. The Fullbringer asked as they walked into the outside, Chiron nodding and waiting. Fullbring is the basic ability of pulling on an object's soul, something anything has, and we can manipulate that in certain ways. My increased speed is from Bringer Light, which is pulling on the soul of the ground or air to accelerate my movements. Fullbringers also access their own respective abilities from something they have a strong attachment to and mixes its soul with their own to gain those abilities. Jackie loves her boots and her memories with them influence their abilities. For me, it's my arms and my pendant. he said, grasping his medallion. I've always had great strength in them, and this medallion is the representation of my promise to my grandfather and best friend. Do you only take pride in your arms? Chiron suddenly asked, getting Sato's attention. I understand taking pride in the strength of your arms, but what about the rest of your body? Do you not have any pride in your legs or your torso? You have great strength in your whole body, Chad, so why does it only cover your arms? Chad looked at his figure and wondered that very question. Day 6. So, I've been wondering. Chad started as he and Achilles entered the baths of the temple. What's it like being the reincarnation of the Achilles? The Foolbringer asked the hero, who took a moment to think about it. Honestly, sometimes it feels like there's a voice in my head giving me advice. Achilles admitted before chuckling. Problem is, that voice doesn't have any advice beyond fighting. So, guess that voice is pretty much pointless. The two shared a laugh before the frantic voice of Atlanta broke them out of it. Everyone assemble. Now. They heard her call out, prompting the two to get out and get dressed. They just got their first real victim, and it was Medea. She said as they appeared in old-fashioned Greek tunics, Chiron next to the huntress as he made the map. Must her fate be to suffer because of that bstrd Jason again? She growled, her former life's anger at her former comrade rising to the surface. Stay calm, Atlanta, Chiron ordered, control your anger, don't let it control you. He finished drawing the map and faced the assembled group. The story of Medea bears a legacy of magic, heartbreak, and betrayal. The original Medea was charmed by Aphrodite to betray her family and country for the sake of Jason, a man she's never met before, and was tossed aside in favor of another princess. She herself had so much potential that Hecate herself taught the princess magic. Her reincarnation is undoubtedly as skilled as her original self and would be a great asset to any side that had her. Atlanta, what is the current situation at the cove? Several hellhounds, a couple of Cerberus, a few Cyclopes and Minotaurs, a Chimera, and it seems like the Caledonian boar was reborn as well. The huntress reported, turning to the Foolbringers. That boar is mine, the original Atlanta killed it and now it is my turn. A few grunts from Chiron brought the girl's focus back as she continued the report. A couple dozen Quincy and Jason himself, but no Sternritters. The Sternritter from earlier is supposed to appear at noon for pickup. Then we'll attack at first light. Chiron decided. Achilles, Chad, Jackie, the three of you will free the monsters and attack the Quincy. In the confusion, Atlanta and I will recover Medea, then Atlanta will join you in destroying the monsters. Get some sleep and be ready. Hidden Cove. They moved silently, racing down to the smugglers' base and readying their assault. Chiron and Atlanta made their way to the cave where Jason had the best prizes while Chad, Jackie, and Achilles circled the perimeter. Achilles had his spear and shield while Jackie and Chad had their fullbrings ready, prepared for the eventual battle to come. The sun started to rise, setting the ocean on fire, when Chad and Jackie began to move. The two Foolbringers blurred out of sight, smashing locks and hinges on cages to release the many monsters, unleashing the beasts on the Quincy. The animals are free. The animals are free. One of them yelled out as the monsters charged out and began wreaking havoc. A Cyclopes charged out and smashed a Quincy underfoot before bellowing out a loud roar, followed by the rest of the monsters attacking. In the confusion, Achilles charged out with a smirk as he indulged in battle. Come on. Is this all you've got? He challenged, running a couple Quincy through before throwing the bodies into the water and turning it red with blood. I had higher expectations. He continued on while fighting both Quincy and Greek monsters. He's not wrong. These guys are far weaker than the ones we originally saw here. Chad thought, fighting through the crowds of Quincy and monsters. Something's off. He quickly grabbed a random Quincy and jumped away from the fight, standing on the water, holding his victim by the throat. Where's the Sternritter? Sato demanded, painfully squeezing but not choking his target. SS Sir Quilge. Not here. The Quincy managed to gasp out while Chad continued to crush him in his hand. T took Jagdarmi. Unit. NL left. G gave Jason. 1 week to get results. So you're only soldats? Chad asked, getting a nod from the Quincy. Good. He quickly snapped the soldier's neck, a far easier end than anyone else would give him, before turning back to the chaos that was unfolding. Now's as good a time as any to test this. His rapier engulfed his whole being before it quickly shifted into his Diablo Gigante, only wrapping around his body like an armor. Okay, not dying. That's good. He kicked off the water and charged back into the fray, smashing through everything before punching a crater into a rock wall. Still new to this. He ripped his hand free and dodged as a bull-headed figure charged at him. Let's do this, he said, accepting the challenge. With Chiron. The centaur and huntress moved the moment they heard the first scream, bolting into the cave while others rushed about in the frenzy. Atlanta even found the cages of the Chimera and Caledonian boar, shooting out the locks with her arrows and freeing the beasts within. Lucky for them, the animals were more interested in revenge against their Quincy captors than the pair going further into the cave. They soon heard the sounds of crying and irritation. What the hell is happening out there? Atlanta scowled upon hearing and recognizing that particular voice, a tone of arrogance that wrung back from bygone days. I told that Quincy fool to leave some elite troops. Not until you produce results. Well, now you'll lose some good product. At least I'll get to keep you out of my hair. I didn't want anything to do with you. A voice full of fear, innocence, and sorrow cried out. But you just can't stop torturing me, can you? Chiron and Atlanta nodded to each other as they went further in, watching as Jason tried to drag a cage onto the bireme from earlier, which held a young girl inside. Medea. Atlanta whispered in recognition of the young girl. She wore a lavender-purple gown, had lavender-colored hair in a ponytail that reached her lower back, and it was covered in dirt and mud from less than gentle treatment. The huntresses wasted no more time as she charged forward and tackled Jason, knocking him away from Medea's cage, which was caught by Chiron. Hey Captain. Remember me? That will be quite the unpleasant experience for him. The teacher said as Medea tried to crawl away inside the cage. It's going to be all right. You have nothing to be afraid of anymore. She still looked apprehensive of the centaur. You're not here to kill me? She asked, disbelieving anyone or anything would help the infamous witch. Even if she was technically a clean slate due to reincarnation. We're here to help. Come child. Chiron gently said, interrupted by screams of agony. All from Jason. That's not supposed to bend that way. He cried out. That's not supposed to bend that A scream that followed a sickening crunch that sounded like bones getting broken. Now it does. Atlanta calmly said. Isn't that nice? She soon made her way to the cage. I wish we could meet under better circumstances, Medea. Atlanta? Is that really you? The young spellcaster asked, earning a smile and a nod from the huntress. Master, get her out of here. Atlanta said as she turned back to Chiron. I'm going to help the others slay all the monsters. We can't afford to let any of them run loose. Without waiting for a response, the huntress ran off to begin her hunt. In the middle of the cove. Chaos reigned in the cove, all the skeleton crew of Quincy smugglers were dead and so were many of the beasts. Chad was wrestling with a minotaur twice his size, Achilles was battling the Chimera, Lanta was fighting alongside Jackie after shooting her arrow directly into the Caledonian boar's eye and brain, all while Chiron took Medea to safety. The young spellcaster took that option, but only after spending some time kicking Jason in the family jewels. Meanwhile, Chad's training shone through as he dominated the fight with the bull monster. The beast had the greater size, but Chad had the greater strength and speed. He grappled with the bull as it charged at him before twisting under it and throwing the beast over his shoulder. The minotaur landed head first, horns breaking off from the impact, before Chad's Spartan kicked the beast in the gut and sending him flying into the rock face. Makes this quick. Chad whispered to himself, generating a large spirit construct of his fist. He threw his punch and smashed it into the Minotaur, reducing the beast to paste. With that done, he immediately dispelled his Fullbring and dropped to his knees, panting from the effort. Not coughing up blood. Good sign. He muttered as he got back up and fled the cove, no longer bearing any energy to continue the fight. Looks like Chad's out. Achilles remarked, seeing the man move before returning his focus to the abomination in front of him. Now, let's see. If I remember, the first of your kind died choking on molten metal. The chimera before him roared in rage, a serpent for the tail, a vicious lion on the left side, a goat on the right, the two heads side by side, and the middle looking like a disturbing mix of the two beasts. I could follow tradition. He spun his spear while bringing up his shield, but where's the fun in that? He smirked before charging. The chimera roared out a torrent of flame from the lion head, forcing Achilles to raise his shield while continuing his charge, protecting himself from the worst of it. When his shield began to get too hot, absorbing so much direct heat, he dropped and slid to close the distance, only to be met with the charging head of the goat. He managed to block it with his shield, but without the time to make it into a deflect. Instead of taking the full force of the blow, he felt the wind get knocked out of him as he became trapped beneath the chimera. The beast pushed itself onto its hindquarters, preparing for another attack, but Achilles readjusted his grip on his spear and moved it into the chimera's chest as it fell toward him. Moving quickly from there, he let the beast's weight push it further onto his spear before grabbing the lower jaws of both heads and pulling them down, effectively impaling the beast. Not content with that, he took his shield and bashed the two heads repeatedly until they hung limp. The serpent tried to strike, but he dodged and caught it by the neck before snapping it. Looks like I pierced its spine. Ha! That was lucky. Achilles laughed, inspecting the damage before pulling his spear free. He turned to look for more prey, but Chiron returned to the battle and it looked like all the other monsters were dead. He found Jackie tending to Chad as he and his two companions went over to the Fullbringers. Looks like you've exhausted your energy, but it hasn't affected your life force. Jackie said, breathing a sigh of relief before noticing the centaur and heroes. So, what are you planning now that you know? She asked, making the group look to each other. With Jason's smuggling ring out of the picture, I think the legacy of the other heroes should be safe. For now. Chiron started. But, now that I've seen the evil of this Yawatch for myself, I don't think even I can sit idly by and wait for this to blow over. He turned and began trotting back to the temple. I'll get Medea and I'll join you in your war. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Next Frankenstein. She seems to be making good progress. Nozomi said as she and Kisuke watched as the Frankenstein mod soul continued to fight in another combat test against more hollows, this time of a stronger level. Though, not feeling pain is more of a detriment than an aid. Maybe make the skin tougher. She started mumbling on before Urahara caught her. I know this particular mod soul needed a lot of attention, but you did make sure to make progress with the other experiments? He asked, snapping her out of the trance. The only real progress with those taiga comes from ones that we have physical samples of. Like the Devil's Extract Ice one. If Ichigo can get a sample of that, in Curcio, then I know I can make a breakthrough on that front. Meanwhile, I've started on the next Frankenstein model and I know this one will be an improvement. She handed him a file. Why is she in a swimsuit? He immediately asked, looking over the specs of the new body. My team's own words, Frankie-chan is too cute to not do that. Nozomi answered. Can I have something to shock them, sir? Get Frankenstein to do it. He answered, hearing the last hollow die. After you fix her. Again. Hounds and magic. With Orihime. Tatsuki was being trained by Son Goku, Yuryu said, combing through shelves of mythological texts, we've all encountered people of different myths and legends, and so far I've no reason to doubt if any of these legends are false. At worst, I'm expecting mildly inaccurate. It was a full week after Yuryu's fight with the stern Ritter for the city of London, and life returned to normal, for the normal people. The people was reversed. London and the Pendragon family were doing overtime to ensure that the damage was kept to a minimum, something that Orihime was eager to help out with. Nimiu was already leaving to catch up with Chad and Jackie to take Jericho into intensive care back in Seoul Society, leaving the two friends to catch up and help plan for Orihime's next journey. Putting our bets on that, I believe you should head for the Isle of Sky. Is that where I can find Titania? Orihime asked excitedly, thinking to all the cute fairies in European folklore. Land of magic, here I come. I'm not sure if Titania's real Orihime, and that's not who you'll be looking for. Yuryu said, forgetting how excitable Orihime got. He found the book he was looking for and brought it over to a dejected Orihime, quietly drawing circles with her finger. The Isle of Sky is supposed to be the home Scathach, a legendary immortal warrior who commands the Land of Shadows. From what I've read, she's likely join our side if we can actually find her. That talk was almost a week ago, and Orihime reached the isle that rested in the northwestern part of Scotland. The journey was easy with the help of her spirits, but she could see why it would be a challenge to those in olden times. The sea was rough and the rocky terrain seemed quite unforgiving. If she didn't have Ventus to fly with, Aqua to calm the waters, or even her Shun Rika, she doubted that she could even make the journey. According to the legends, the only requirement for an audience was to find Dun Scaith and get the gatekeeper to open the way. Unfortunately, with the passage of time, it was clear that Scathach would be hidden by whatever means were available to her, and Orihime was not sure how to find even a hint. I can't even sense any Reich dash, she began to think before actually sensing a disturbance in the air. Quincy. She whispered before flying to where she sensed it, the lone mountain range on the island. She was going there with all haste before slowing down the moment she sensed a battle going on. When she arrived, she found a force of 10 soldats surrounding a man with blue hair in a short ponytail and wearing rough hunting armor with a fully armored left arm, pauldrons, and wielding a red spear. Orihime gave a cursory glance and found 5 other soldats were already dead, so she decided to sit and wait. If it got too bad for the spear man, then she would intervene. The man himself fought like a beast, fast and savage, almost immediately running through another Quincy before the others could react. However, that seemed to be part of their plan, as the one that was impaled also pulled out some Jinto. Feel the wrath of battle and accept this sacred chalice, Hyzen. He called out before throwing the silver tubes at the lancer, who was already jumping back. The blue warrior swung his spear quickly, knocking some aside and dispelling the attack, but it seemed that the use of the Jinto was apparently a distraction. As the rest of the Quincy opened fire, Orihime even saw a few of them preparing a Sprenger and backed away a little bit. From what she saw, no arrow in his line of sight could touch him, but he couldn't keep his eyes on all the arrows and got shot by quite a few arrows. Despite the dozen of arrows in his being, he still held firm by trying to block and dodge all he could, but he was trapped in the center while the Sprenger was finally activated and engulfing him in a large explosion of light and heat. Everyone waited as the smoke rose, no one noticing the lack of wind from Ventus's interference as they waited to see the aftermath of the attack. He's a sturdy one. Orihime thought as the spear man suddenly burst out of the tower of smoke, moving at speeds that were comparable to Shuanpa, going back and forth among the different soldats and landing a killing blow on each. The last one tried to dodge, but was somehow impaled when it looked like it flew over his one, surprising Orihime. Maybe he can help me. She decided as she began drifting down, just as the blue warrior fell to his knees. So ten kiss hun, I reject. She calmly said, having Iam and Shunno move to engulf the spear man in a healing prism and to trap him. What the hell? The man shouted, pushing himself to slash at the barrier and getting shot back in response. It'd be best if you don't do that. Orihime said as she touched down just a few feet away. Even if you weren't badly injured, that barrier is nearly impenetrable. Besides, you need some time inside. She pointed at his body, making him look and gawk in amazement as his injuries slowly healed. I've come here looking for Dun Scaith and Scathach, and so were my enemies it seems. Can I have your name and am I close to my goal? She asked with a smile, making the warrior drop his guard fairly quickly. I'm the current Siyu Chulain, and yes. Yes you are. The now named Siyu Chulain answered. I can take you to Dun Scaith when I'm healed. I'm sure my master wouldn't mind. Orihime nodded as the healing shield glowed brighter and the man was almost instantly healed. That's handy. Thanks. She said cheerfully, before taking a confused expression. Wait, current. Siyu Chulain means, Hound of Kyulin, a name taken by the original that eventually became a title of the strongest generation of master's students. He explained as Orihime dispelled her healing barrier and released the hound. He took a few moments to stretch out and check his condition, picking up his spear once he was satisfied. Now, answer some questions of mine. Who were those white archers and why were they here? He said, swiping his spear and leaving glowing runes in the air, creating a portal that revealed a woman. Those were the Quincy, a race of humans that could HRNSS spirit energy, disrupted the balance of souls, and threatened the existence of the world. The woman said as she gestured the pair to follow her. Strange. I thought they all died in that war with the Shinigami. The woman was extremely beautiful and exotic, with long purple hair and crimson-red eyes, wearing a tight full-body suit that showed off all of her curves, and she walked with the grace of a true warrior queen. Orihime felt like she was in the presence of Yamamoto with all the power that the woman before her exuded. I am Scathach, and I welcome you to Dun Scaith. She said, revealing an elegantly furnished hall that looked like how Unohana might have decorated during her days as the first Kenpachi. Now, who are you and why did you come here? My name is Orihime Inoue. The girl greeted with a smile. I came here asking if you would help us defeat the Vandenrake. Sure. Scathach said immediately. I know this doesn't sound like your problem, but... Really? That easy? Orihime asked, surprised that the warrior queen would agree so easily. You don't want to test me? Have me fight someone? Prove I'm worthy of your aid? I feel like we're going off script. I should have a challenge to overcome. Kid, I've lived a long life and I've been bored for so long. The immortal responded. I've spent these days training anyone crazy enough to climb up my mountain because I've had nothing else better to do. She released a sigh. I'm a warrior with no one to fight. Can you imagine how boring that is? Scathach lamented, making Orihime come up and put a hand on her shoulder. I appreciate this. The Onmyoji then leaned in closer. But, my boyfriend is pretty strong. Help us out and I bet he'd fight you. You feel close to his level. That made the Celtic woman perk up. Is he? She asked, excitedly. And you think he's stronger than me? I should warn you little girl, Scathach leaned in to whisper sultry, I only invite strong men to my bedchambers. Don't forget to invite me, Orihime said with an equally sultry smile. Oh ho! I like you! Scathach exclaimed. Siyu Chulain, grab your gear. I'm writing Dr. Moed his training schedule for our absence. We're going to war. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Last Frankenstein bit. Maybe. I think. The room was filled with flashes and clicking as the more perverted members of Squad 12 indulged themselves with taking pictures of the new Frankenstein sisters who were modeling swimsuits and dresses. That's what it took for you to give them permission to do this? Akon asked Nozomi as she and Kisuk were counting money. Hey, if they wanted to pay enough to pretty much triple Spearhead's budget, then I think I can live with them making the Frankensteins into models. She answered as she began calculating costs for future experiments. Now let's see if we can do the same for the rest of the Godii. Moral will skyrocket. He said, eyes replaced with yen symbols. Calm before the storm. Kingdom of Las Noches. The typical day of nothingness in the desert sands of the land of hollows and the thunderous clangs and booms of training were stilled when a force of Vasto Lord thought to invade the kingdom. It wasn't the first time it happened and it likely wouldn't be the last, as these events have been happening rather sporadically ever since Ichigo left. The worst single attack was Arturo, the worst group assault was happening now. 100 Vasto Lord looking to conquer Las Noches and claim dominion of all Hueco Mundo. Hey, are we still just sending out one person? Grimjow asked, grinning at the challenge to come. He, along with Stark, Neliel, and Ulquiorra, were standing on a tower and watching the invading army come at the fortress. Because I think it's my turn now. He began glowing with power, eager for an outlet to burn through. We were only repelling those attacks in such a risky manner to achieve tercera etapa. Nell answered as the army continued to advance on them. The captain commander sent the Hogyoku here for the past few months specifically because of its involvement with Ulquiorra's ascension. The mint-haired girl then sighed. I just wished I was able to achieve segunda etapa before that, infused form. Just be glad that the Hogyoku acknowledged us enough to even give us that power so easily. Stark yawned out as Lilinet appeared at his side, looking less like a child and more like a young teen. I'm not sure I have it in me to do what Ulquiorra did with that Arturo guy. Well, you'll have to show off what you've got anyway. The smaller Arankar said, pointing a thumb at the coming army of Minos. They ain't interested in submitting unless it's our surrender. To which, I just laughed. An action Grimjow just performed as he glowed an ethereal blue while grinning savagely. Then let me go have some fun. He said before flashing into his new form. His hollow mask was gone and his hair grew to his legs, turning almost white in color. His chest was decorated in black tattoos that seemed like they were fire, his waist down was covered in white fur with jaguar spots that shifted to black on his ankles, which had black blades on the shins. His hands became black claws that seemed like they could tear through anything with ease, and he now sported a second tail with both burning with Racier, along with his eyebrows, ankle blades, and the top of his forehead. I've been itching to use this power more. Sometimes you remind me of Neutra. Neliel said, glowing a fiery pink as she began her own transformation. She turned into her centaur form, only bigger and sturdier, and was kept modest only by fur from her horse body up to her chest. She lost her mask and gained 4 horns on her head, with glowing pink marks on her body. Her horsetail burned with pink Racier, and in her hand was a hollow handle that generated a jousting lance of burning pink Racier. Not the worst parts, like the misogyny and the hypocritical death-seeking, but the lust of battle for the sake of fighting. I say we end this quickly and get back to helping the others get their own Hogyoku forms. Stark voted, resting a hand on Lilinet's shoulder and merging themselves together. Like Grimjow and Neliel, his clothes burned away and was replaced with Racier in the form of a black sleeveless vest and pants. His forearms also turned black with a gray pattern rising from his middle and ring fingers. His usual Resurrection's eye patch was now burning blackish blue Ryatsu, his skin turned pale, his hair now knee-length and gray with Racier flowing from the tip, but the biggest change was a second hole on his stomach. The original hole on his chest was a bright blue while the one below was bright green, each with segmented Racier like a bandolier connecting to his guns, which were now black one-handed Henry rifles. With silver wolf skulls on the rifle butts. We don't have the luxury of time. Remember? Indeed. Ulquiorra agreed as he changed to his own Hogyoku form. Let's end this. Each Arankar held out their hand or weapon and fired a Zero at the 100 Vastolord, reduced to 2 in an instant as they barely escaped the multicolored blast that left a massive black gash in the desert landscape. How are they, Stark? The bat asked the coyote, who squinted with his one eye. Looks like they'll live. Hard to say when they're 100 kilometers away. They all changed back to their normal forms and started their trip back to the training grounds of Las Noches. Should have just sent Grimjow out. Holding back this much is so annoying. Soul Society SRDI, Project Spearhead. Spearhead log, number progress into Regai development has been improving with various increase in abilities, but strain on the bodies itself has been the biggest limitation on that front. Stronger bodies and minds are always desired. The Frankenstein program is proving to be moderately successful, but the main use out of our 2 living units is to be cute. Raises moral and motivation, but I wish they could be thought of as more than just cute. Recently, Ichigo Kurosaki sent us a surprising specimen that could further assist us in improving our Reigai. A taigu that resembles a jikin with a body that could alter its form. I'm still impressed that such weapons and tools could be made in that world. End log. Nozomi Kujo said as she closed the recording for her work in Project Spearhead and readied the next log and started recording, combing through the project data on her computer. Sub-head of Taigu Research, Nozomi Kujo. Log, as impressed as I am with the Taigu, I am also greatly annoyed by them as well. Some can be recreated while others prove to be more difficult without the proper materials. Example of one we can do is Pumpkin, a multipurpose rifle that absorbs and shoots out Ryuryoka much like the Quincy and is a very taxing weapon to use. It's a purely mechanical device that they only managed to create with a crystal that could absorb and expel Raisher. Example of one we can't is that in Curcio, the ever-evolving armor made from a dragon of the same abilities. Organic in nature, all we really need is the armor shift and not the adaptation ability. It does seem nice though. Then a loud crash followed by a few screams could be heard, some saying, the Hekatonkars is loose. That dog ate Shiki. Nozomi sighed and grabbed her Zanpakuto. End log. Mayuri's playground. Some time ago, I thought I did all the research I needed to do on the Quincy. The twisted master of the underground lab said as he slowly cut open Gillis de Rice, making the Sternritter scream into his GG. But then you Sternritters appear, proving that there is always something new to learn. Then you Quincy break the rules and trespass into other territories, but it lets me experiment on new test subjects. He glanced over to sample jars recovered from Greece in a very black op that the Onmitsukido performed in Greece, retrieving monster corpses and the deceased body of Jason after the Quincy killed him, all achieved with the help of the chameleon Jigai, allowing them to go in undetected. Let's see what else I can learn. Mayuri was about to open up Gillis's chest when one of his starfish monsters burst out and wrapped around Mayuri's face. Instead of freaking out and calmly taking the ever-increasing grip of the monster, Mayuri reached up with a hand cackling with electricity and grabbed the monster, frying it in his touch. You just gave me incentive to take my time. Kuratsuchi hissed. Does it have to be so crude, Mayuri? Tsukishima asked, walking in while reading his book. And isn't interrogation my job? Shouldn't I get the Sternritter first? The Foolbringer asked as Mayuri waved him off. You can have him when I'm done. He said before noticing the slight pallor to Rice, getting a hiss of disappointment. Guess that'll take longer. Maybe he used his own blood to give that last monster its form. The lieutenant speculated, taking a needle and drawing a bit of blood from the Quincy's arm. If you're going to be down here, make yourself useful and do some analysis on this sample. I'm going to do some tests on the other test subject. He then put Gillis on a special foredrip that would replenish the Sternritter's blood while also putting him to sleep, then walked into a different room with a Quincy prisoner that was recovered from the Greece operation. The soldat tried to scream through duct tape, a lean man with a shaved head yet still looked like a fresh recruit. Save your breath. I'll need it for when you describe what it's like to have your soul rot away. Mayuri said before ripping off the tape and getting a pained scream in response. Now, which Raisher injection do you think we should start with? Regular hollow, one of the Minos Grande, Arankar, or the really interesting one? He said, grinning savagely. If you're looking for answers, then you're wasting your time. The soldat cried out, trying to sound brave. And nothing you can do will get me to betray His Majesty. We already got enough from those Sternritters Yawach sent to spy on Ichigo and Yuryu. Mayuri answered, grabbing Raisher extract from a low-level hollow. And I doubt a bottom-of-the-barrel grunt has anything worthwhile to share. Just then, the Quincy began laughing. You think that any Quincy would betray our king? He said, madly grinning. Sternritters E, H, and T did their job, and laid the seeds for the destruction of Soul Society. He started laughing again. Mayuri injected the erasure into a spray nozzle and fired in the face of the Quincy. The effects were instantaneous as he began convulsing, thrashing, and screaming in agony. "I'll be back later to see how this goes," the scientist promised as he walked out of that room and into one where Tsukishima was laying on a medical bed, barely breathing, with a book and pen that shifted into his bookmark on the ground. The bed had all the monitors tracking his vitals and a number that read, "I think we may have underestimated this ability of yours. To think it cost that many jiken. At least I'm still alive." Tsukishima weakly muttered, sounding like anything might kill him. Was it success? Full. Possibly. Mayuri admitted, typing some commands and getting Tsukishima to give a relieved sigh. "What did you write?" Silence was his answer as Tsukishima fell asleep. Book of the End, editing individual memories, and scribe of eternity. Mayuri thought, naming Tsukishima's new ability they just tested. If this is successful, then Yuryu will never have a better chance. He left the room, after confirming the Foolbringer would not die and was merely resting, to get back to the Quincy he poisoned with hollow erasure. He almost didn't make it as the hollow hole was almost complete. With Yamamoto. The deadline is fast approaching. Yamamoto thought, going over the reports of what has been happening as of late. Those kids should be returning soon. "Ichigo, my student, I hope your own training has been going well." He could only think and pray that Ichigo was nearing the end of his journey in the alternate dimension and would soon return, hopefully to have one last carefree day before the final war of the Vandenrake. Such thoughts weighed heavy on his mind and he was thankful when Urahara walked in, carrying a few files for his report. Chemical weapons are mild compared to what Mayuri just did. The scientist immediately groaned out, setting down the files and pulling out a red vial that he set in front of Yamamoto. After testing and comparing different levels of hollow erasure, either the test subject couldn't handle the continued stress or Mayuri made erasure gas that causes every single vein inside a Quincy's body to explode. Either way, we're currently down to the one Sternritter, so we'll be stopping that experiment for now. He shuffled the papers a bit. Also, it seems that the Tsukishima experiment may be a success, but we'd need more Quincy to be completely sure, and that's not even touching the severe toll it took on Tsukishima. Though we've probably figured out a method to grant Foolbringers some leeway to using their strongest abilities. That is good news. The old dragon nodded, taking the two files and sorting them out. Hopefully, this war will be less bloody. I've too many regrets as it is. Ichigo will not approve. Urahara said, immediately making the atmosphere more tense while Yamamoto continued his work. About either plan. His approval does not matter, Genryosai plainly stated, it's Yuryu's choice and unlike Ichigo, that boy will do every dirty action that Ichigo is too pure to do himself. As for the other, I've made up my mind a long time ago. My student should be grateful for that. Anything else? He asked, making Kisuke take out a small stack of papers titled, Dragons in Soul Society. Because of his prolonged stay with the Wing Bind Agency, Yuryu decided to write a thesis paper on eventually bringing dragons to Soul Society. I've made copies and sent them to everyone that would need to see it. All the current political heads and most of the captains. Not Saraki, he wouldn't care. And your opinion? The head captain asked, opening an eye to the scientist. We should take it slowly, and only after the war. Urahara said, earning a nod from Yamamoto. Then you are dismissed. Kisuke nodded and left the aged dragon. Shortly after his departure, Chojiro Sasakai appeared behind him. Do you have it? Chojiro said nothing as he passed the scroll to Yamamoto, who opened it and his expression became more hardened than before. I had an idea, but this is worse. He closed and sealed the scroll before taking out his calligraphy set and got to work, writing the one thing no one must know of until the time is right. His last will and testament. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Coming back. Yuryu. Well, sorry we didn't have anything that could have been actually helpful, Yuryu. Billy Banks told the Quincy as he was packing his things. Reverse London and Wing Bind concerns ourselves with dragons, not spirits, and the afterlife. And I'm sure it'll be helpful that I did that research at some point. The Squad 15 lieutenant responded as he finished packing. Learning that Yawatch sustains himself though the souls of others does little to help now. Barely offers much in the way of ideas. Oh, Quincy. Don't delay your trip. Spangle 9eye yelled out, barging into his room. Don't you have to protect the balance or whatever? Don't take that the wrong way, she's just upset her crush was already spoken for. Noelle said, making the other witch blush furiously. Shut up, Noelle. That has nothing to do with it. She shouted, being ignored while Noelle walked by. Thanks for being here. Noelle said before giving Yuryu a quick peck on the cheek. Good luck out there, Yuryu Ishida. I hope your thesis is properly considered. You had a crush on him too. Why aren't you more upset? Because I've already accepted it and moved on. Nimi's open to sharing, just so you know. Yuryu told them before leaving, making their eyes widen. They then mobbed Billy to ensure their transfer if Soul Society opens up to dragons. Tatsuki. I've taught you all I could in our short time frame. Sun Wukong told Tatsuki as they were going through airport security in China. All that's left is to strengthen yourself and refine your Tuki. Shouldn't be difficult, you're a natural. The fiery martial artist couldn't help but blush. I've had a good teacher. She returned, making the monkey smirk. They pair took a moment to compose themselves before bowing to each other. Thank you for your teachings, Shifu. Take care of yourself, Tatsuki. And give those Quincy BSTRDS a few good punches from me. He told her before their attention was brought to a loud argument between airport security and Karna. The hero of charity was wearing a large cloak he refused to take off and was continuously setting off the metal detectors. Can't you just use your senjutsu to create an illusion? She groaned, predicting that they'll miss their flight. Or why not just work with them? Senjutsu doesn't include illusions. Goku answered, snickering at the display. Besides, how often do you see that much gold? People are greedy and he isn't losing that armor again. They continued to watch the argument, getting no closer to their flight. Chad. Do you have everything? Provisions? Extra clothes? Your weapons? Chiron asked in centaur form, fussing over his two children before they left for the war. Yes, teacher, we have everything. Achilles laughed, trying to put the immortal's mind at ease. Chiron was unable to join since the reincarnation of two of Zeus's sons were arriving and needed proper training, but the centaur promised to arrive later on. Come on. Atlanta called out, already going down the mountain with Chad, Jackie, and Medea. We've a long way to go and only so much time to get there. Achilles gave one last wave before running down to join his comrades. Next stop, various airports, then Japan, and then Soul Society. Jackie said as they continued walking. Not as impressive if I say it like that. Let's make sure to do our teacher proud, sis. Achilles said with a 1,000-watt smile. He said if we come back alive I get a chariot made by Hephaestus himself and a bow blessed by Artemis for you. Atlanta didn't answer, but there was a small smirk that said she was just as excited. They then heard Chad's stomach growl, turning to the giant in question. Skipped breakfast because he woke up late. Jackie answered for her boyfriend. Without a word, Achilles pulled out a jelly sandwich which he gave to the foolbringer, who accepted it graciously. Did you make that? Atlanta asked, suddenly concerned. Yep. Simple grape jelly and bread. The hero said with confidence, then Chad fell down while foaming at the mouth. There's a reason we never let you use the kitchen. Atlanta sighed as Medea got to work with her healing magic. Orihime. And that's the basic application of rune magic. Siyu Chulain told Orihime as they flew on one of her Santen Keshin shields. When Scathach was told how much time there was before the predicted start of the war, and that Ichigo wasn't even there, she decided to stay in Dun Scaith and would make her grand entrance when the fighting started. She then told Siyu Chulain to teach her the basics of rune magic as a way for them to pass the time. Orihime was eager to learn. You also have the dictionary of what runes mean what, so I'd recommend you memorize that before dash. Like this? Orihime asked, generating a small fiery tornado in her hands. The hound was frozen in surprise. This is fun, she said, quickly drawing another rune and creating a whirlpool of water. It took me weeks to get there, how the hell is she doing that in minutes? He thought as Orihime made spheres of elements and started juggling them. Everyone's return. Urahara Shoten Squad 15 Barracks. Almost 2 years since the death of Aizen. Almost 2 years since they had begun full preparations for the return of the Quincy. Almost 2 years since Ichigo, Yuryu, Chad, Tatsuki, and Orihime left Japan to train. Everyone was dedicating themselves fully to their efforts for the war. Every day ended in blood, sweat, and tears from constantly pushing the limits of their abilities and preparations. All the medics were pushing the realms of the healing arts, the scientists were endlessly thinking of new methods to fight the Quincy, anyone capable of being a soul reaper tried their hardest to attain the power of Shikai, and Bankai became a requirement for lieutenants. The only thing that seemed really out of place was the lack of hollows. In the past 2 years since Ichigo claimed the throne of Las Noches, hollow attacks have been steadily dropping to just once a week. Now there hasn't been a hollow sighting in months. Some suspect it to be the quality work of Squad 16, but Jin Ikamaru wasn't sure about that. After a few attacks from various Minos, Hueco Mundo went oddly silent as well. The only exception were 2 Arankar refugees by the names of Asciaro Ibern and Luthers Freegan, neither of whom Jin trusted and was having watched at all times. Manpower he could only spare because of Rudborn's specific ability. But now the clock was ticking and the projected date of the Quincy's full arrival was coming close. Despite the Kido spell Urahara made to separate them from the Soul Society, they've sent groups into the living world and after Ichigo as well. So far they've successfully managed to best every Sternritter and Quincy squad that were found, but Yawatch and his best were soon to come. Someone that Yamamoto himself remained wary of even now, after all the training and preparations done specifically to kill him. All non-combatants were sent to bunkers while all Shinigami in training were sent to the Urahara Shoten to stay out of the fight and continue their studies under the tutelage of the Shinigami in Isshin's command. This is where we find Yuzu, now with shoulder-length pigtails held by pink baubles and a sailor Fuku uniform, waiting for the next arrival with her twin sister Karen, who is wearing the same blue and white uniform with her hair longer and in a ponytail. The only one that still hasn't returned was their own Quincy cousin. The first was Tatsuki, whose hair grew past her shoulders and less spiky, who brought with her an albino man named Karna who was wearing a ragged cloak. After her was Chad and Jackie, with Chad having grown a thin goatee, along with Achilles, a man with spiky blonde hair wearing black jeans, white shirt and vest, Atlanta, a woman in a black and pale green dress with a hairband hiding her cat ears and wearing her tail like a belt, and a shy child called Medea, wearing a lavender Greek chiton and carrying a moon-themed staff. Orihime was next and she grew her hair longer and wavier with a larger bust, bringing a man with long blue hair named Siyu Chulain, who was wearing black pants and a hideous green and orange shirt. With their new comrades they also brought new techniques that they had to chronicle quickly, new spells and fighting techniques that might prove useful. Unohana took a shine to Medea very quickly and her motherly attitude soon put the young spellcaster at ease and got her to separate from Achilles and Atlanta. Siyu Chulain joined Zaraki's squad and immediately started fighting Ikaku and becoming fast friends. Achilles was tempted to join him but Kairaku won the Greek over with a few drinks. Karna joined Squad 9 and that was that, and Atlanta still hasn't joined a squad as she's been spending most of her time trying to convince Toshiro to stay out of the fight because he was a child in her eyes until he explained how Shinigami age, making her apologize for her rudeness. Tatsuki brought her training in Tuki from Sun Wukong to the Onmitsukido Corps, while Orihime brought what rune magic she learned to the Kido Corps. What do you think is taking him so long? Karen asked, grabbing herself and her sister a drink as they waited for their cousin. Orihime was further away, so why is he late? Yuryu said that he wanted to finish up his new gun and start planning for dragons in Soul Society. Yuzu defended, still the more patient sibling of the two. Plus, he was the only one sent for actual intelligence gathering. Too bad we didn't get much on the Vandenrake. The other twin sighed, leaning back to take a sip of her soda. You know. They're going to win. Right? Oh, of course. Oniai-chan and Yuryu and I together can beat anyone. Yuzu said, both sisters knowing that they're masking their own worries. Plus, they have all their friends, the members of the Godiai, Mom and Dad, the Arankar, and Dash. And we're still on the sidelines. Karen finished, clenching her fists. They keep fighting and we aren't helping. We were just a burden last time. Yuzu felt tears coming to her eyes. Even though we're training so hard, we can't do anything to help. You're both still younger than Ichigo and I were when we finally started fighting low-level hollows. They both looked up to find Yuryu walking toward them, looking much the same but now with his left bangs tucked behind his ear while wearing a dress shirt and jeans. And the both of us absolutely refuse to let you get involved in this war. Yuzu ran up to hug her cousin while Karen looked ready to argue before Yuryu cut her off again. Your first real outing should not be in a war. This is the path that Ichigo and I have chosen, so that you can have a chance at peace. Karen still glared and Yuzu wore a conflicted look as the Quincy hugged his family. Now get back to your training. When I take over as captain of the 15th Division, I want both of you ready to be lieutenants. He said with a smile before walking into the Shoten and losing the smile. He seethed while clenching a fist around a medallion bearing the Quincy mark in his latest orders. With Yamamoto. Aggravating as usual. Seeing her does not get any easier. Yamamoto grumbled as he walked away from a Shinto shrine and toward two figures, one being an elderly man wearing dark robes with a beard that stretched to his chest while the other was a far younger-looking woman with purple hair and a purple bodysuit. Scat-hack, Hassan, it has been a while. He greeted, meeting the two other ancients, beings he had a history with. You never asked for help before, Yama-boy. The woman, the Celtic warrior Queen Scat-hack teased. I was beginning to think that you forgot about us. Enough. The other man, Hassan scolded. Genryusai, fill us in on the Quincy matter. What do we know? Not enough. The old Shinigami answered as he opened a Senkamen with all three of them walking into it. We learned that they were hiding in the shadow of Soul Society for almost 1,000 years thanks to our own Quincy recruit, Yuryu Ishida, and a returning captain, Kisuke Urahara. Urahara designed a trap that would seal away the shadowed world and separate our two worlds so that the Vandenrake could no longer spy on us. However, it was not completely flawless as some managed to slip out to the world of the living. Indeed. Scat-hack added as she shifted her attitude to focus on the coming battles. Too many Quincy came uncomfortably close to Dun Scaith and paid with their lives. Unfortunately, their location was unknown to us as Urahara felt that would risk the seal breaking and starting a war that we weren't ready for. We've spent a lot time just cleaning up after our own messes. Better late than never, though you should have done so earlier. Hassan scolded. Indeed. I have turned a blind eye to my realm's own corruption for too long. But the past cannot change, so focus on the present and the future. Yamamoto answered as they soon entered the Siriidii, with a black butterfly making its way to the captain commander and informing him of Ichigo's return. There's one more thing I must ask of both of you when this war is over. With Ichigo, introducing characters from Akame ga Kill and OCs from Soul Conviction. He was finishing the last leg of the journey back to Soul Society with 9 new comrades from his trial in another world. 7 humans in Shihakusho, a large muscled man with a thick black pompadour named Bulat, a long purple-haired woman with glasses and a scar on her right cheek named Shiel, another man with blonde spiky and a beard but lacking visible pupils named Daidara, a short woman with blonde pigtails and a dark tan named Mez, another woman with black even bangs in the front with a messy ponytail in the back with a scar across her nose named Suzuka, another man with a top-knot ponytail with black and red eyes named Aizu, a woman with long icy blue hair and eyes named Esteth, and two Arankar in white garments, Merrick Miyamori who had spiky dark orange hair with a muscular build like a tiger's and Mira Tormenta who was a dark woman with long braided gray hair and a slender curvaceous form. They stayed close behind Ichigo as he pulled them along with some keto threads as he charged forward at high speeds, eager to return to his friends and family before the Quincy War began. Soon he slowed a bit and released the Arankar who flew to his side. "Return to Hueco Mundo," the hybrid quickly ordered. "There's a good chance that the enemy may strike there first since the Quincy have such a hatred of hollows." "Yes, my lord," they answered, branching away as they returned to the ancient home of the hollows and Ichigo's kingdom. "Everyone else, get ready," Ichigo shouted as they went through a sudden tear of light and passed into the Soul Society. His companions looked on in surprise at the new world which the hybrid himself focused on the gathered congregation of Soul Reapers with the majority of captains in tow. Esteth herself began evaluating each and every Shinigami in front of them like the general she once was. "Master, I have returned," Ichigo said, approaching Yamamoto and bowing before his teacher. "Give a summarized report of your activities in the other world, Ichigo," the captain commander ordered. "Yes, sir." Ichigo took a deep breath and recollected his thoughts, remembering his time in the Empire. "Upon entering the world, I became disoriented and ill due to the vast change in racial in the world. Mainly because of how limited it was and how foul it was from black souls that would be sent to hell and hollows from all lost earthbound spirits. I was found and taken in to meet a child emperor of the nation I landed in and learned that the country was facing a civil war. They asked for my help but I tried to stay out of it, so the prime minister that was manipulating the emperor sent two of the empire's strongest soldiers after me. Esteth raised her hand to show that she had a part in that. I managed to escape as I needed to recover from the journey, eventually meeting assassins on the other side of that civil war. Once again I was asked to join the war and again I refused, but this time they accepted it more graciously and made a deal. I could use their base so long as I protected it. From there I did my duty as a Shinigami and attempted to distance myself from the war while recruiting as many capable beings as I could, but the Empire insisted on getting me involved by forcing me to fight then General Esteth to prevent mass murders in an attempt to summon me. After besting her in combat, she wanted to learn more about being a Soul Reaper since she's much like Kenpachi, in that she craves strong opponents. After a while, I finally got more directly involved and showed the child emperor the truth that was hidden from him. After a personal mission that led me to save the leader of a religion, getting deified in the process, I grew a greater connection to the powers of hell from the Kusanada that merged with me. After that mission, the Quincy made their presence in that world known and I fully abandoned any pretense of not involving myself since the Quincy were my fight. Before the final battle, Kyoka Suigetsu revealed that Aizen himself did not know her true power due to wanting an equal, thus limiting himself, but also that it alters reality and no one is safe from it. Thanks to that intervention, their world is coming to a new age of unity and peace, and of all the beings I met that were capable of becoming allies only these 7 became full-time Shinigami. The 2 Arankar I found I already sent to Hueco Mundo. Yamamoto stroked his beard and sighed. "Your morality and strength have always been something I was proud of you for having, but your DSPLN still requires some work," he said with a mix of pride and disappointment. "That will have to wait till later, unfortunately. Now, who from your group goes to which squad?" Ichigo thought for a moment. "Bullet, Daidara, Aizu, see that scarred man with the eye patch?" he said, pointing to Kenpachi Zaraki. "That man is the leader of the main combat division. I want you 3 to join him." Daidara and Aizu smiled viciously while Bullets was more friendly and slightly flirtatious toward Yumachika. "Suzuka, Mez, you 2 were martial artists and assassins primarily, so you'll be joining the Onmitsukido Corps, led by that short girl with the black hair. He said, pointing to Soifan, who was glaring at him. Ichigo then turned to Shiel and his death. As for you two he didn't say any more when a garganta opened high above them with a figure Ichigo immediately recognized falling out of it. Ulquiorra. He shouted as he shot toward his loyal knight who was in his Hogyoku enhanced form and riddled with holes while one of his arms was missing. He caught the falling Arrancar and teleported in front of Unohana, who began administering her treatment with Orihime quickly joining her. Ulquiorra, what happened? Ichigo asked, feeling anxious at seeing one of the strongest Arrancar in such a state. Ichi. Go. The pale knight managed to cough out, blood spurting from his mouth, while he reached up to pull out one of his eyes. Loss. No chase. Destroyed. He said before using his Solita Vista to show them what happened. Awakens version of episode 303 of the anime. Because I want to keep it somewhere. It was an odd sensation. They were so used to being grim with the mindset of coming war and bloodshed that the changes of that day was almost as if the universe changed just so people could relax and have some fun. In the world of the living, the members of Squad 15 decided to just be normal people, going to visit a shrine while buying festival food from the stalls, Yuzu and Karen splurging their New Year's money on candy and other things, bringing a whole party's worth of food and games for the rest of the squad back at the Shoten, and the family members of the Ishida, Kurosaki, and Inoue families joined in the festivities. What surprised the teens was finding that their normal but spiritually aware friends also made it to the Shoten to join in the fun. Kigo complained about his sister while Chizuru got into an intense and perverted debate with Lisa about proper RTC appeal until Masaki chopped them in the head. Things were a bit more exciting in the Soul Society. Once the living world customs were done, the Kurosakis made their way to the Shiba estate where a party was in full swing. All the captains, lieutenants, and various seats were in attendance along with notable members of the Shihoin and Kuchiki families. In true Shiba fashion, it didn't take long for much of the party to erupt into chaos. An argument and competitive game of Karuta almost ended in a fight to the death between Soifan and Yashiro over a card with Yoruchi's cat form on it. Ganju and Ikaku almost got into a fist fight until Iba brought along Sake, which then turned into fighting and drinking. Yuzu, Karen, Hamura, and Shizuku got a big tub of rice dough and was pounding away at it to make mochi. Yamamoto, Kairaku, Yukitake, Unohana, and surprisingly Zaraki, were more laid back and enjoyed a cup of warm tea just as Kakaku set off some newly made fireworks to start off the new year. Leading us to two old friends that found a quiet place while everyone else started cleaning up. Been a crazy year this time, hasn't it, Kisuk? The workat asked her old friend as he pulled out a cake and began lighting candles. It has Yoruchi, and now let's move on to the last bit. He handed her a glass of plum wine and got one for himself, clinking them together. Happy birthday Yoruchi. Happy birthday Kisuk. They said with a smile before blowing out the candles on their cake, bearing a somber expression in the passing of the candlelight. No one remembered Dash. There you two are. Ichigo loudly announced as he and the others revealed themselves. Every one of Ichigo's companions, Soifan, Yashiro, even Tessai, Jinta, and Yururu came by. We heard it was your birthdays. Why didn't you tell us? Is that why no one remembers? Yoruchi asked, just realizing the possibility. Seriously, that's important information to us. Ichigo scolded as Orihime pulled out a much bigger cake with cookies in the shape of Kisuk and Yoruchi. Now. Let's celebrate you guys. The two old friends were silenced with gratitude choking them up as they had a quiet but pleasant day, everyone else long tired from the party earlier. Yoruchi got a black cat plushie, some new gauntlets, and a restraining order to keep Yashiro from glomping her every chance he got. Kisuk got a free pass of 5 pranks on Ichigo, research data on various things, and plenty of blackmail on the other captains. To finish the day, the last present the two received was a framed picture of the two of them with all their friends at their most pleasant photoshopped in with the message, thanks for the laughs, the lessons, and just being there. Our favorite teachers. The blood war begins. Ulquiorra's POV. In the year and a half since my king left for training in another world, there have been multiple invasion attempts by the many hollows of Hueco Mundo, and every one of them was pushed back by those that protect Las Noches out of loyalty to our lord. Almost a year of invasions came from various Minos Grandes that sought to overthrow the 16th division that was the Arrancar division, but then it stopped. Patrols were increased and we were finding fewer and fewer Minos, even in the forest of Gillians. Eventually they came, 2 new Arrancar who claimed to have been rejects and refugees from Aizen's army. They were both male, with one having red swept-back hair with upward-pointing eyebrows with his mask fragment over his left eye with 3 holes in it, while the other had black and white hair split down the middle, with the right being long and wavy while the left was short and braided with a series of dots across his face, named Asciaro Ibern and Lutters Phrygian. They both came in ragged cloaks and told us that they were left wandering when Aizen deemed them unworthy of his attention after making them. None of us believed them and immediately figured they were hostiles, but we had nothing else to do at the time and thought that we could get any information from them. Possibly about the Vandenrake. After a couple of months of nothing, Jin ordered us to lighten the watch on them to see if they would slip up. The result was finding 2 Seal Schneiders, and thus we arrested them, finding 3 more Seal Schneiders on their persons and 2 Jinto capsules. The sooner you talk, the sooner this stops. I told the 2 spies as Exequia's members continued their torture of Lutters, breaking every bone before cutting it out, while Ibern watched. You were discovered with Quincy gear, the precise tools needed to use what I'm told would cause a large explosion. I need to know where your loyalties lay. Lutters screamed out in pain as a hammer was brought down on his hand, lacking any more fingers to break and remove, before the Exequias began to cut it open and remove the shards. Ibern's response was to spit in my face. No matter what you do, I will never betray my master. You hollow scum. The Quincy Arrancar promised as I calmly wiped my face clean and then proceeded to dig my fingers into Ibern's chest. Your loyalty is to be commended. I admitted as I slowly pierced through flesh and bone, listening to him screaming in agony. But know that my loyalty to my king is just as I stopped, sensing a disturbance in the erasure of Hueco Mundo. A few seconds after that, everything exploded into light and heat. I felt my limbs breaking away in the force of the sudden attack and quickly reached for my Zanpakuto. In close, Murcielago. I activated my resurrection, restoring myself just as the explosion ended. Lutters and Ibern were dead, turning into black husks, along with the Exequias that were with me. My comrades among the Arrancar had also released their resurrections as I surveyed the state of Las Noches, which was reduced to black rubble. The entire castle was gone in an instant. What the he dash? Sirachi started before a flash of light shot a hole through her body and split her in 2. I looked over to where the shot came from and almost couldn't believe my eyes, hundreds of Quincy in strange armor with rapier flying to them and forming a single burning wing. Is that? Let's still. I wondered, remembering what I heard when I was still Aizen's subordinate. The Quincy have begun to move. I realized as they flew toward me another barrage of powerful arrows into the ruins of the castle. The arrows were met with a barrage of Ciro as Stark appeared in front of them in his resurrection. You're trespassing, he said before firing both of his guns at the Quincy, using his Ciro Metrolita to fire hundreds of Ciro and forcing the Quincy to split up. Soon everything fell into chaos and I could barely make sense of some of the things I saw. There was a gorilla-like Quincy that Grimjow was tearing apart with his claws rather hand-eyedly. I'm ordering the retreat. I remember hearing Jin order, wearing his fox hollow mask as he speared a couple Quincy. But the last thing I remember seeing was Jin in a cage with a masked Quincy holding Grimjow by the throat. I was in my Hogyoku enhanced form but still my body was mangled. They destroyed our base with a Sprenger, unleashed a battalion with Quincy in their strongest and sacrificial form, and were on the run. I had to get this to my king, pray that he returned from his training. The next time I opened my eyes, I saw Ichigo and proceeded to share my memories. That's when everything went black. Present time. Arrancar Quincy. Ichigo whispered as Ulquiorra fell unconscious in the hybrid's arms, reverting back to his base form. A quick checkup revealed that the Arrancar was still alive but in critical condition. Unohana, do you think you can help him? He asked the best healer in Soul Society as Orihime already wrapped the bat in her healing shield. I did get some books on Arrancar physiology from Squad 12 and Roka soon after you took over Hueco Mundo. The captain as Orihime sped up her healing to help Ulquiorra recover from the worst of his damage. Excellent, the hybrid said as he gently lowered his knight and rose to his feet, and I'll be back as soon as I can. Again you jump head first into an obvious trap. Yamamoto said before Ichigo could open a garganta. A few Sternritters joined you into Hueco Mundo when Aizen took your sisters and now a force of Quincy attacked the realm of hollows knowing that you would rush to help your friends and allies. Ichigo, how many times must you fall for these traps until you learn to think before rushing in? This happened before. Hasan asked his old comrade, confusing Ichigo as to who the cloaked man was. The boy needs more DSPLN. The teen scowled at the man before standing before his teacher and bowing respectfully. I do not do this blindly, master. I'm fully aware that this is a trap meant for me, however if I don't go then we'll lose valuable allies for the war. It was proven that hollow erasure is toxic to the Quincy and we risk losing that asset if they destroy our allies. Ichigo then rose and leaned closer to the captain. Commander to whisper. Besides, I'm sure you have countermeasures already in place. He then backed away. I can't abandon my allies, master. The Garganta opened with Orihime following after him. Not without proper preparations. Yamamoto sighed as Soifan signaled some members of her squad to retrieve some supplies. This attack is evident of one thing, that Yawatch fears you, Ichigo. Above all others, he considers you the greatest threat to him. Because of this he has studied you and means to trap you. Chances are he will attack soon after you leave, so be cautious and finish quickly. Return as soon as you can. Ichigo nodded, taking Orihime's hand and the offered supplies before rushing through the hole in space. The hybrid was in such a hurry he forgot to ask where Yuryu was as his cousin was absent from the group. Hueco Mundo. The land of the hollows was never a pretty sight, being mostly desert plains with needle-like stone trees and a sky of endless night with only a crescent moon illuminating the land, but seeing the ruins of the once massive palace of Las Noches was still disheartening to the teens. It was a place of order in an otherwise lawless land where only the strongest survived, but now it was torn apart, a testament to how dangerous control over erasure is in a land made up of spirit energy. Ichigo sent out a pesquisa pulse to try and find where someone, enemy or ally. Runanganga, the sand hollow guardian of Hueco Mundo, was gone and was likely dead, same with Rudborn, other Arrancar were either still fighting, near dead, or on the run. Suddenly the distance lit up with the telltale signs of battle, explosions of light from Ciro's and Quincy arrows dotted the desert landscape as Ichigo tried to think of his next move. He spied a serpent made of wind with blue beams blasting about with a force of 20 soldats led by 3 in Let's Still. He got ready to charge in when the powered Quincy looked to one of the others and those Quincy went into Let's Still while the previous trio disappeared. I'll figure that out later. Ichigo promised as he grabbed Orihime by her waist and Kyoka's hilt. Hold tight. He ordered as he flashed down behind the Quincy force, finding that Dordoni and Stark were trying to hold off their pursuers but many of their attacks were drained away into the Let's Still of the Quincy. Hado number 78. The two Arrancar recognized Ichigo's voice and bolted while the Quincy were surprised by the voice from behind, turning just in time to get cut in half by a blade of Kido from Ichigo's swing. Zangerin. The Quincy fell apart while the 3 in Let's Still struggled to stay together before Stark shot them all through the head. Report. Ichigo ordered as Dordoni appeared before his king while Stark went to help what Arrancar remained. Mirai, the wind Arrancar started, the Quincy have destroyed your palace, took Rudborn and Roka for whatever purpose, imprisoned Captain Jin, and now Ladies Neliel and Harabel, and Sir Grimjow are fighting the Sternritters here. The last we saw of Grimjow was over a thoroughly eviscerated ape-like man before this masked wrestler captured him. Ichigo absorbed this information and looked over the Arrancar with them on the run, Loli, Minoli, Harabel's 3 Fraction, and an unconscious Gantenbane. Who died? Ichigo asked, his voice deathly silent as he remembered seeing Tsuruchi die in Okuyura's vision. That means they were permanently down one member and several other combatants were still out due to injuries. These were the comrades he promised a new future to, and now that future was in jeopardy. I'm sorry, but we don't know the answer to that. We had to move quickly. Stark apologized, coming over while Orihime went over to the injured Arrancar and began healing them. And some of them even have shrifts. I could only make out that one has the power to create fear and another creates doubt. Things have just been a mess. Ichigo silently sheathed Kyoka Suigetsu and pulled out Zangetsu, releasing their Shirkai. Then stay back and try to recover while I start cleaning. The hybrid ordered as his hollow mask appeared. Soul Society. Things had become tense ever since Ichigo left for Hueco Mundo, a grim air hanging over everyone's heads as they waited for the next move. Friends and families were saying their goodbyes in the possibility that they might never see each other again as others got some last-minute practice and preparations in. Yukitake went to Squad 4 to ensure he was in good enough health to fight in the coming war, while Kenpachi went to cross blades with his wife Unohana, an embrace fitting for blood-thirsty warriors like them. For many friends and comrades no words were exchanged in favor of silent gestures, either because words failed them or because they could not trust their own voices to stay in control. For others, they demanded their words. Shiba family. Looks like we Shiba can't help but get into trouble. Kukaku said as Ganju came by for a few drinks as she and several others handled the evacuation of the civilians. Guess some things are just unavoidable. Ganju finished his sake and bowed to his sister. Take care big sis. Thanks for all the training. He said, getting up to leave. Hey. Make sure you come back alive, or I'll kick your butt. She yelled in a harsh but caring way. I'll be back for the fireworks. He returned as he left the Shiba house, leaving Kukaku alone in the house. Kaien would be proud. Kukaku said with a smirk, before returning to help the refugees. Kurosaki family. Isshin, you better survive this. Masaki warned as the father hugged his daughters goodbye. Our babies were deprived of one parent for too long, so don't you dare die on me and deprive them of their father. Wouldn't dream of it, dear. Isshin said confidently as he released his daughters. After all, I've yet to become a grandfather. Not for lack of trying on Ichigo's part. Who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky once this is all over. He laughed as Masaki bonked him on the head before hugging him herself. I mean it. Make sure you and Ichigo come home. Isshin held his wife. I'll make sure of it. Just then a Senkaman appeared with Hitsugaya coming out. Captain Shiba, let's go. The childlike Shinigami told his old captain. I'm coming, I'm coming. Isshin sighed as he joined his former third seat. Oh, and Toshiro. If you survive this, then you have my permission to court Karen. He said, making both him and his daughter blush in embarrassment. He never stops. Hitsugaya complained in a whisper. As he joined his fellow captain. With Urahara and Mayuri. They've already begun to attack, they turned Arrancar into Quincy, they've had enough time to set up a Sprenger bomb to blow up Las Noches, what else are we missing? Kisuke growled as he and his lieutenant tried to make sense of the matters in the Ran-D department, the entirety of the Squad 12 division being in a place filled with light to eliminate any shadows. How did we fail to notice any of this? Indeed. Quite irritating. Mayuri joined as he started up the former Quincy android, BG-9 now Z-9. The new form being dressed in black and white with blades on every limb as well as guns in its arms and on its back. I can't even relish the idea of dissecting any of those Quincy hollows because of how annoyed I am. How much do they know? Would any of our countermeasures work? Urahara actually worried as he began plotting hundreds of new ideas to counteract what might happen. I'm going to program Z9 to gather any and all combat data it can once the fighting starts. Seconds after Mayuri said that, alarms began ringing all throughout the Siriidii. It has begun. Both he and Kisuke thought as Nimue appeared before them. Sirs, a report from the surveillance team for the light barrier. They say that the current readings say that the Keto barrier has been down for the past month. This shocked everyone in the room as they all worked double time to get things ready. How did this happen? Is it a shrift? What power could alter these readings? Mayuri theorized while Kisuke took command the moment reports of Quincy attacks began. Alter the Erasure output to 10% and release on my mark. The 1,000-year blood war had begun. Battle. It was predictably chaotic as cloaked Quincy soldats poured from the shadow, the first wave repeating what the force that destroyed Las Noches did by making the first wave hitting hard and fast with dozens of Quincy and let still and causing as much destruction as they could and killing many Soul Reapers. This forced many Shinigami to release their Shirkai and some of the faster ones to be more careful. Byakuya himself immediately used his Senbonzakura and speed to carefully kill every Quincy and let still before someone intercepted him, a man with slicked back black hair and a long strand in front of his face with rather pronounced cheekbones in a Sternritter uniform. You must be Byakuya Kuch Dash, the man said before a petal shot through his throat. As Byakuya was about to continue, he felt a hand on his shoulder. It's rude to interrupt someone when they're talking. The noble held a stoic glare, seeing the Sternritter he thought he killed fully healed. Then the whole Siriidii was filled with a black smoke that was derived from Ichigo's hollowified Erasure. All over the Siriidii, Shinigami felt themselves get partially hollowified as their Zanpakuto absorbed some of the hollow Erasure while the air rang out with dying screams of Quincy taking in the toxic Erasure. After that came a silence as many hoped that it was enough to end the assault, but then the Erasure began to thin out faster and soon revealed dozens of Quincy with hollow mask fragments. Toshiro was watching one such Arankar Quincy. Ranjaku, report to Urahara that they've found a countermeasure to the hollow gas. The young Shinigami ordered but getting no response. Rengi Dash, he turned to find his subordinate with claws through her chest and cutting upward through her collar. Matsumoto. He cried out, watching his partner fall and glaring at the man that dared to hurt his comrade. A man in a hooded jacket with narrow blue eyes and a scar over the left side of his mouth. Don't worry, you'll be joining her. The Quincy promised, flashing his claws while the temperature dropped. The first day. Soul Society battles, Toshiro. The air around us, it's freezing. The Quincy Tsangdu thought as he kept his eyes on Toshiro, changing into a more adult form before his eyes as an icy mist formed around them. The white-haired captain then shot toward Tsangdu and swung his blade, the Quincy managing to evade and leap away to get some distance. He's faster and probably stronger now. What else changed? The Quincy kept thinking as he readied his claws for battle, soon discovering that his right arm was covered in a sheet of ice and realized how numb his body had become. Toshiro Hitsugaya is not supposed to be this strong. Is this his Bankai? He was then taken by surprise again when the captain appeared before him again, eyes cold enough to freeze the soul yet held such burning anger one would burst into icy flames. Tsang didn't have enough time to dodge and instead turned his blood venet to the max while his skin turned a metallic gray as he activated his script, the iron. The moment the Zanpakuto touched his skin he felt a burning cold spread into his arm, forcing him to take the chance and flash away with Hirenkyaku. He got some distance between him and Toshiro, but his arm broke off at the elbow with the stump completely frozen. What the hell is he? The Quincy's mind screamed as he felt fear grip his soul, the captain whose Zanpakuto just now grew slightly longer with a crescent-shaped blade on a long chain. Was this just his aura? How strong is he? The next thing he saw was a massive dragon made of ice wrapping a frozen claw around his body with its fangs coming down to tear through him. The image immediately changed to him wrapped in a chain with Toshiro about to cleave the Quincy in half when a figure in a white hooded cloak took the blade for him and the captain's arm snapped and twisted around with many sickening snaps and crunches, forcing the captain to jump back. Toshiro didn't cry out in pain and only grimaced in response to his mutilation before covering his arm in his ice. Pranita? Did you come to save me? Tsangdu asked, both ashamed at the rescue and grateful for it happening. The now named Pernita said nothing as it watched Toshiro, who continued to glare at the Quincy, the captain's rage barely held in check by better judgment. Sangdu took the chance to flee, hoping to find someone to restore his severed arm, leaving Toshiro with a far more dangerous foe. The captain and Sternritter continued to stare at each other, waiting for the other to make a move, when a voice called out. Kateki! A column of icy blue energy smashed into Pernita, leaving it encased in ice, and giving Toshiro time to turn his attention to the new arrival, the blue-hair woman named as Death wielding a massive rapier saber with a skull guard. Hello, Captain Hitsugaya, I'm guessing. My mate told me about you and that our abilities were similar. I hope we can get along. Ichigo, you always attract the strange ones. Toshiro thought to himself as the ice around Pernita started cracking before shattering and Pernita revealed itself to be a giant left hand with an eye with two pupils in the palm. Hitsugaya merely prepared himself for the next round while his Death felt bloodlust rush through her as she readied her blade. Squad 11. As was their way, the members of the 11th Division charged forward to meet the Quincy head-on. Bows and spirit blades clashed with various zanpakuto as both sides fought with the intent of killing the other as Ikaku and Yumachika led the charge. Every captain was given the same order after the hollow gas bomb was rendered impotent by the Quincy Arrancar: eliminate every Arrancar Quincy and enemy Sternritter, priority thus. Kenpachi Zaraki left his squad to hunt down said Arrancar while Ikaku and Yumachika led the troops in his stead. 12. 13. 14. 15, 16. How are you doing, Yumachika? The bald spearman called out as he kept score for his game with his friend. I was at 15, now I'm at 21. The third seat answered back as another 6 Quincy fell dead from the vines of his zanpakuto. This may feel a bit ugly, but even I have times I wish to win. The two grinned at each other as they continued their battles when someone decided to make himself known. This is the strongest combat squad of the Shinigami. A long blonde-haired man yelled, wearing a winged helm with a red cape and black pants, having armored armbands and greaves with a round buckler and double-edged sword with a V-guard and a star emblem on the hilt. How pathetic! He shouted while holding his arms out, surrounded by the dead bodies of Soul Reapers and Quincy alike. Where's your captain? Too scared to fight? Ikaku and Yumachika scowled at the man as the lieutenant stepped forward. Captain Zaraki prefers to hunt down the strongest opponents to fight on his own. Ikaku answered, readying his Hosokumaru while Yumachika continued to analyze the man. How about we entertain each other instead? I am lieutenant of Squad 11, Ikaku Madarame. What's yours? The man smiled and pulled out his sword. Sternritter M, the Miracle. Gerard Valkyrie. The two warriors, having exchanged pleasantries, then charged at each other with the intent of killing their opponent. In the training time before the war, Ikaku managed to strengthen his zanpakuto, going from wood to metal and making it able to split anywhere along the body and increase the length of the chain connecting it. It was that change to Hosokumaru that kept it from breaking against the edge of Gerard's shield as the Quincy punched into Ikaku's gut. The lieutenant's quick defense with the chain did little to stop the force of the blow and was shot backwards from Gerard, the fighting around them pausing to watch the battle between Quincy and Shinigami. DMN, he's strong. Ikaku thought as he stabbed his spear into the ground to slow himself down, Gerard already closing in to continue the fight. And fast. The spear split into smaller sections as Ikaku bent and twisted himself to dodge Gerard's blade while he sliced along the Quincy's gut. Gerard threw his knee up, slamming it into Ikaku's chin and dazing the man slightly, but the lieutenant took the chance to wrap his chain around Gerard's leg while stabbing the blade into his thigh. Gerard retaliated with a shielded backhand that sent Ikaku flying back, though the Soul Reaper managed to keep a hold of his zanpakuto and the sudden pull threw Gerard off balance. Despite being dazed and battered, something Ikaku was used to from training with his captain, the lieutenant pulled himself back to his feet with the spear and yanked Gerard into doing a vertical splits. Ikaku finished this with charging straight at Gerard and slamming the furred end of Hosokumaru into the Quincy's face, breaking his nose and a couple of teeth in the process. Unfortunately, Ikaku then felt something cold in his stomach while his shihakusho became warm and wet. "You're quite the vicious one, Ikaku Madarame." Gerard complimented as Ikaku looked down to see the Quincy's sword in his stomach. "But you'll never be able to beat me." The Shinigami looked back to Gerard, glaring as the Quincy was fully healed. "Miracles do not favor you, but feel honored. I'm among the mightiest of His Majesty's elites and you are about to die by my hand." He ripped the blade out of Ikaku's gut and was about to swing again, but a group of azure-colored vines wrapped around his arm. "Ikaku! Order a retreat!" Yumachika demanded as his Ruriiro Kajaku began sapping away at Gerard, but he was barely holding the Quincy back. "Now Ikaku!" The third seat shouted as Ikaku pulled on his Zanpakuto with all of his draining strength and cut off Gerard's leg, hoping that a missing limb would take longer to heal as he jumped away from Gerard. That hope sank when a new leg immediately appeared in a flash of light. That's when the Quincy yanked on the vines, pulling Yumachika to him, and ran the Shinigami through as well, slamming him into the ground in one swift motion. Ikaku was frozen, seeing his lifelong friend take such an injury and coughing up blood. Shame, the third seat started with shaky breath. I was hoping for a bow dash." He was cut off when Gerard slammed his buckler into Yumachika's head, crushing it like a melon. "Like I said, no miracle will save you from me," the Quincy said as a red aura formed around Ikaku, somehow stopping his bleeding. "Bankai," the lieutenant said, gaining his 3 blades with the dragon on his axe blade glowing crimson red. "Ryuman Hozukimaru," he roared, shooting toward Gerard with an aura of dragon claws forming around the blades. The miracle knocked aside one blade but was ran through with the other, sending him flying back with a massive hole in his stomach. Again he immediately healed, but Ikaku was on him again, swinging the Guandao blade part and cutting Gerard into 3 pieces, which soon healed and Gerard punched Ikaku in the hole in his stomach, sending him flying back into a building which collapsed. "That was annoying," the Quincy said, brushing dirt off of his body while looking stronger than before and losing his helmet. But now to move on to dash, he was cut off when something fell from the sky and cratered the ground in front of him. The dust cleared and revealed Kenpachi Zaraki, carrying 5 Arankar Quincy on his blade with a dark-skinned fat man suffocating in his grip. "I thought I sensed something happening here," Zaraki said as he tightened his grip so much that the fat Quincy's head popped off his body upon seeing the state of his 2 best officers. "Take Ikaku to Squad 4 immediately," he ordered as his squad scrambled to obey as Kenpachi threw the bodies off of his sword and glared at Gerard. "I won't disrespect my squad by saying I'll avenge them. Everyone in the 11 knows that your life is on the line when you draw your sword. But I will say that I am a little set off at what you did to my lieutenant in 3rd seat." Gerard charged at Zaraki and swung his blade only for it to be deflected by the Kenpachi's own blade, the chipped edges catching the Quincy's blade and forcing it aside while Zaraki cut Gerard in 2. Then a large cut appeared on Zaraki's chest. "My sword is hope," Gerard started to explain as he healed. "When hope is damaged, it brings despair. When you deflected my sword it caused a nick in the blade and that damage is reflected on you." Kenpachi felt his injury, looked at his bloodied hand, and smiled. He then appeared in front of Gerard, grabbed his wrist and crushed it, tearing away the sword in hand before head-butting Gerard away and stabbing the sword into the ground. "I can't break your sword and you keep coming back stronger every time you take damage," Zaraki said as he removed his eye patch. "Well, get ready to die 1,000 times. Maybe then you'll be worth the effort." Squad 12, Mayuri's Playground. "So, what have we learned?" Kisuke asked his lieutenant while he continued to watch their latest lab rat, a Quincy that tried sneaking in. He was an elderly man with big pink hair, lips that did not cover his big teeth, had a lazy right eye, and was small with stubby legs. The key word was tried, as he still set off one of the many traps heading to Mayuri's lab that resulted in his capture and subsequent vivisection. The Quincy couldn't even scream from all the drags and damage to his throat when Mayuri found his screams too annoying. "If we weren't looking at him, I'd say he didn't even really exist," Mayuri answered, keeping an eye on the subject lest he forget about it. And I don't mean his odd ability to remove himself from our memories. I mean he, as a whole, doesn't really exist. He's like an idea someone had that was made manifest through sheer thought. Would that be Yawatch or another Sternritter though? All of the Sternritter we've seen have displayed so many odd abilities. Urahara continued as he kept a neutral face, even after receiving a silent notification that another trap was set off. You're right about him, the two heard someone say as the elderly Quincy popped like a balloon with nothing remaining. He was just a fragment of my imagination. The scientists turned to see a young blonde-haired man in a hooded trench coat with a high collar. Hello there, I'm Gremmy Thilmos, Sternritter V, the Visionary. Fragment of your imagination. Are you saying you created that previous Quincy? Does it have anything to do with your script? Kisuk asked as he and Mayuri drew their blades, with Gremmy not lifting a finger. Yes, my script allows me to make anything I imagine into a reality. Wounds heal instantly, the world shifting to my thoughts, anything I can imagine is a new reality. For all the Quincy's boasting, he failed to recognize the glint in Urahara's eyes. How does this imagination work? He asked with a curious smile as he walked up to the Sternritter. Like when you start bleeding from your every orifice, do you have to know the damage? And if so, to what extent? Interesting thought. I've never had to. Did you say, when? Gremmy asked as he felt something trickle from his nose, then his ears, soon tasting copper while something started falling from his eyes. Of course he said when. Mayuri chimed in as he caught on to Urahara's idea, the moment you fully appeared here you set off a number of traps. One of which is a gas that weakens the blood vessels so that they tear from even the weakest amount of force. The visionary began coughing up mouthfuls of blood before it suddenly ended. Well, I guess to answer your question from earlier, I should know the effects I'm imagining to be nullified. The Quincy said as he raised his head back up to glare at the two. Does that apply to the 2,572 different variations of that same gas? Mayuri asked, confusing the visionary again. Because even the slightest change to a genetic or chemical makeup renders the immunity to it pointless. Again Gremmy felt himself bleeding and immediately began imagining himself healing. But I wonder about the other gases. Gremmy froze when Mayuri said that. Like the one that causes extreme fevers to the point of combustion, the one that causes malignant growths, Urahara listed off with the symptoms soon appearing on Gremmy's body, causing him to freak out and lose his focus, which made everyone more active. One of my favorites is where the body begins eating itself with the cells tearing the body apart. Mayuri said with a smile while Gremmy began screaming in horror as his body slowly melted and mutated and then everything just stopped. He was suddenly a brain in a dome jar, unable to sense the world around him, unable to think, unable to dream, unable to do anything. I'm a little surprised that this worked. The lieutenant said while Kisuk picked up the brain and gave it a look over. Which, that we manipulated him into using his own power against him by making him imagine all the possible results of the various poisons you made, or that the actual neurotoxin used managed to reach him through this casing. Mayuri had plenty of other poisons, but the main one for his lab was one that targeted the thalamus and hypothalamus, rendering anyone to a vegetative state. The former. Why couldn't he just imagine himself immune to all possible toxins? Both scientists paused while trying to think of an answer. I'm not sure. Wanna dissect it and find out? Kisuk asked while tossing Mayuri the brain case. With pleasure. Hueco Mundo, impromptu stage. Masculine. 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 100 Quincy, all powerless from using Let's Still, chanted to the lookador on the stage as he basked in their praise, the cheers being led by a small chubby bald man in blue overalls named James. The wrestler was masked a masculine, a large muscular man in a standard Sternritter uniform with a coat and high collar, but with the difference of a wrestler's belt with the Vandenrake sigil on it, with a dull rust-colored lucha mask with blue outlines and a big blue star over his head which left his nose and chin exposed, showing a thick blonde mustache. Inside the wrestler ring was Grimjow in his segunda etapa form, beaten and bloody by the stern Ritter for the entertainment of the crowd of Quincy and to lure out a high-priority target. "Well, vile hollow. Where is your king?" the masked Quincy asked. 6 stern Ritter were dispatched to the land of hollows with the mission of crippling Squad 16 and luring in Ichigo Kurosaki. To this end, stern Ritters F, J, Q, R, S, and U were sent with a small army of Quincy with a few Arankar of their own to aid in the attack. The Keto barrier that kept the Vandenrake trapped wasn't so constricting that they couldn't send a few small groups out before managing to completely dismantle it a month before they launched their attack, Gremmy's visionary power being used to make the Soul Reapers think it was still being maintained. After the destruction of Las Noches, the stern Ritters immediately began separating the various Arankar with orders to use each one to lure out Ichigo Kurosaki, killing them when the hybrid finally does appear and assault him with everything they had with the intent to take him prisoner. Yawatch desired Ichigo for some reason and the Quincy would make that wish come true, no matter the cost. All this? All the destruction and torture? That was for fun. Vile hollow. Grimjow said as he forced himself back to his feet, coughing from the damage to his lungs and the brutal beating he received. That's rich coming from you. Oh. Something you want to say, villain? When was the last time you actually saved someone? The panther asked his enemy, staggering to the edge of the ring and leaning against the ropes. And I don't mean another Quincy. I mean, when was the last time you saved any regular human from a hollow? Or any Quincy for that matter that saved someone for no other alternative motive? This was answered with silence from Mask while the audience proceeded to boo and insult Grimjow. Cat got your tongue. Some hero you are. You and the rest of the Vandenrake are the real villains in this play. While you were hiding, waiting for your mighty parasite king to come back, a real hero appeared. Challenged a stagnant and corrupt society, turning it on its head with the intent of creating a more fair world for those that inhabit it. That's already more than any one of you BSTRDS can claim. Mask felt his anger growing with every word Grimjow spoke, feeling his honor and pride stepped on by that Dmed Arankar. Who was this monster to decide who was the hero and who was the villain? UDMN hollow. Mask roars out as the crowd restarted their cheers, flexing as their cheering empowers him. His uniform blows off his bulked-up body and his mask turns red and black with him now wearing wrestling shorts with a star-shaped patch of hair on his chest. Wow. And here I thought you couldn't look any more idiotic. Then this happens. Grimjow continued, refusing to show anything but contempt. Die. Star Lariat. Mask roars out as he pulls his arm out to swing a blow that would finish off the weakened Arankar, only to feel his move stopped by something on his wrist and looking to find a blade that pulsated. Report Grimjow. Ichigo ordered, his arm shaking with his blood artery at the max in an effort to hold back Mask's attack with Kyoka Suigetsu. This idiot's strength is connected to the people cheering. Grimjow said before flopping onto the ring. That bald fatty there seems unkillable though. Ichigo nodded while Orihime showed up and pulled Grimjow off the ring before beginning to heal him. Well, this should be easy. The hybrid said before pushing Mask away. Ichigo Kurosaki. The stern Ritter said while glaring at the hybrid. I'm supposed to call for backup, but the hero should bring down the greatest villain by himself. Mask declared before activating his Volstagg, gaining a cape of light with a star-shaped halo. Time to crush you, villain. You're the villain, Mask. The stern Ritter heard, turning to the crowd of Quincy to find them booing him. You has been. Real heroes don't need people cheering. You're a tool. No. Stop. You're supposed to be cheering. Mask yells out as he felt his strength draining away. Shut up. He shouted before firing a massive beam and killing the entire crowd. Real heroes love their fans. Mask saw his most loyal supporter, his most loyal fan James, regenerate his damaged body and insult him. You're nothing without me. You're a loser. Pathetic. Stop it. Stop it. Mask started begging as he dropped to his knees, trying to block off the jeers, but they kept coming. Even after he punctured his eardrums he could still hear their insults. "I'm the hero. I'm the star. I. Mask lost more and more of his muscular form until he shrank into a small stick of a man. "Please love me," he begged before everything went silent when Ichigo crushed him underfoot. "Did you want this one, Grimjow?" the hybrid asked as he wiped the blood off in the desert sands. "I'm fairly certain that half my body is wrecked, my king," the panther answered as he slowly regenerated in Oriheim's shield. "Besides, we don't have the luxury of focusing on who got dibs." The two looked out, worried about the rest of the Erenkar. Byakuya fight, shortly after the hollow gas was released. "Impressive," the Kachiki clan leader said as the black racier smoke cleared away, revealing the Sternritter in still perfect health. "Not many can survive one of 7 Sakura's petals going through their throat, and I can assume even fewer Quincy can survive the hollow gas, meaning your script must be regenerative in nature." "Such a crude weapon though, isn't it?" "It really is," the Sternritter answered, coughing a few times but was otherwise unaffected. "My name is Askin Nak Lovar, Sternritter D, the death-dealing, and you're half right." Byakuya immediately felt himself lose control of his body and collapse in front of the Quincy. "My power allows me to control the lethal dose of something I consume, and I've taken in enough racier to determine how to make it kill you." That truly is a fearsome power." Byakuya coughed out, feeling weaker by the second but still felt his connection to Senbon Sakura. "Incapacitate your enemy with your power, then you can take your time killing them." Silently the captain summoned the petals of his blade to his location, surrounding the Sternritter. A smart warrior would then start breaking necks or stabbing through the heart. Askin glared at Byakuya as he began walking toward the downed captain. "I prefer elegance to such brutality. I was hoping you'd understand that. Just for my own curiosity, can you regenerate from decapitation?" That surprised Askin as he paused to think. "Wait, what dash?" The Sternritter was cut off as he was enveloped in a tornado of pink blades, immediately shredding his body to nothing more than mush. The blades returned to Byakuya's hilt, revealing the mess of finely shredded gore that was once Askin. "Looks like training my Shirkai was the right choice." The noble thought, reflecting of the 100,000 blades he could control in that release, before he began coughing again while his vision grew hazy. "His power isn't fading," he thought as he struggled to make his hand point upward and gather the strength for a Kido spell. "I am not dying. Not before I repay my debt. Ichigo." He managed to fire off a rather weak Shikoho before blacking out, the poisoned racier slowly destroying his body. Hueco Mundo, Neliel. 2 Sternritters went after Neliel, the Fear as Not and the underbelly Nanana Najikup. As Not was a man with long dark hair, dark irises and white pupils, and wore a black face mask with 5 spikes running down the center. Nanana was a dark man with checkered teeth, an orange mask covering his eyes, and 5 spiraling spikes for his hairstyle. Neliel was in her resurrection since the destruction of the castle and was with her Frachin, Dondochaka and Pesh. The two were facing as Not while Nanana boasted that he'd kill Nell in just a few minutes. He was no closer to his goal than when he started. DMN it. How can such a large body be so fast and agile? The underbelly thought as he tried again to observe Neliel's centaur form, only for her to disappear from his sight and just barely dodge another move of her lance. "Stand still!" he shouted angrily while jumping back for some distance. "No," she responded as she prepared to throw her lance. Lanzador Verde. She threw her spear, which began spinning and gathering racier, becoming a pink drill and slamming against Nanana's blunt vene and sending him flying. He tried to brace himself, but the sand's loose grains caused him to tumble, the lance sliding off his hardened skin. Nell, utilizing her sonido to the best of her ability, retrieved her lance and slammed a hoof against the Quincy's chest. "I really hate fighting, so often it is simply pointless." But, for the sake of protecting those precious to me, I will abandon any mercy. She raised her lance and was poised to ram it through Nanana's mouth when she suddenly froze, a look of horror on her face. "No, no, no, please," she said in horror as she backed up and off the Quincy. That was annoying. As Not said, walking from the broken and mutilated forms of Nell's fraction. I kept injecting them with fear and they just kept powering through. Their willpower is impressive for such weaklings. I wonder how that girl inspired such loyalty. Doesn't matter now and back off as Not. The underbelly growled as he began observing Neliel while she suffers the mental assault. She's mine to kill. Please. Don't. She whispered as her mind was ravaged by the thing she feared more than anything. They were weak and you are just a child. A mental version of Ichigo coldly said, dropping the lifeless corpses of her dear friends and brothers with her own self reduced to that of a small child. I have no need for anything as worthless as you. The cold visage of the one she loved and trusted turned his back on her and was replaced with Neutra Gilga and Sailaporo, grinning sadistically down at her. You always look down on me, Neutra sneered while raising his crescent blade, but now, you're nothing. Neliel let out a scream in the seconds of her fear-induced illusions, letting her mind regress to a more animal state where her instincts controlled her. The main instinct was her fight or flight response and she had nowhere to run. Rayara! Neliel roared out as she was enveloped in pink light, shocking her enemies. What the dash? Nanana started before being ran through with a lance of pure energy followed by a blast that fried his body and took his Not's left arm. The fear grasped at his bleeding stump and found Neliel in her Hogyoku enhanced form, eyes full of rage and fear as she threw the underbelly's corpse from her rapier lance and spied him. So this is the power granted by the Hogyoku. The Sternritter thought as he quickly dodged Nell's attempt to run him through with her lance. We may have underestimated how much power that form gives them. Must retreat for now. He flashed away with Hirenkyaku, trying to get some distance to rethink his strategy since fear only turned her into a raging beast, when he had to dodge a sudden bala that didn't come from Neliel. Are you running? As Not saw a new Arrancar, one that looked like a black and white tiger in a human body with a skeletal tail, long saber teeth, and claws. This was Merrick Miyamori, one of 2 Arrancar Ichigo found in another world with gravity powers. Didn't you brag about being a master of fear? Are you now afraid? I'm always afraid. As Not answered as his eyes rolled back to reveal a Quincy cross. But I fear His Majesty's wrath more than any hollow. But I will show you true fear. Te Tarfaris. The Quincy's skin became bone white along with his cloak, shrinking to show a gaunt near-skeletal appearance for his upper body, his mask tearing away to reveal nothing but teeth as his eyes cried tears of blood. His halo and wings were a ring of spikes with a line of stitches going from his chin down to the bottom of his cloak and his forearms were covered in black. Look upon me, and no fear. The effect was instantaneous as fear dug deep into Merrick's heart, terrifying him to paralysis. The weight of fear is heavy. The Arrancar whispered as his unleashed his power of gravity, bringing a crushing weight that almost toppled as Not. The weight of the heart and mind burdened by fear is great but still a metaphorical weight, as opposed to the weight of gravity on everyone's heads. As Not somehow managed to glare at his new opponent, despite the near-expressionless face, and tried to shoot his rapier thorns at Merrick only to watch them drop because of the increased gravity around them. You dash! The Quincy screeched in rage before a Zero vaporized him. Neliel roared and fired another blast, this time at Merrick and forcing him to dodge as he released the increased gravitation field. Okay, this might be a problem. He muttered as Nell charged at him with a sonido, him barely dodging the rapier lance and being blasted away from the shockwave. I should probably restrain her. The centaur turned toward him and swung her blade, firing a wave of pink rapier that slammed against him and sent him flying. Easier said than done. The Tiger groaned before charging at his fellow Arrancar once again. Soul Society, Fate Scat Hack. How boring. The purple-haired spearmaster yelled out as she swung her polearm and sent a group of soldats flying. I leave my home, my students, for this? At least be a challenge. She demanded of the group of soldats and Quincy Arankar that surrounded her, the Arankar becoming winged beasts as they activated their resurrections. Humph. A little better. A lion Arankar shot toward her, the immortal witch dodging with ease before throwing her spear through the beast with enough force to blow it in two and through the crowd on the other side. For more Arankar jumped at her with dozens of soldats choosing to activate their lesed still forms, forcing Scathach to crouch low and leap high into the air. Too easy. She said before the area she was standing and exploded into ice, skewering anyone unfortunate enough to be close. Next, this. She summoned a ring of red spears around her that shot toward the ground when she moved her hand forward, creating a ring of explosions that devoured the group that tried to challenge her. So weak. The Queen of the Shadowlands whispered as she landed, summoning another spear to her hands. DMN at Yamamoto. Why'd you declare Yawatch off limits? She thought in annoyance, trying to understand what her friend was thinking. The three, no, you and I would be enough to stop him and end this war. Is it a matter of honor? Do you really just want to die? She kept wondering as a new presence appeared behind her. Candace Catnip, one of the three Sternritter that was sent to spy on Ichigo and his friends, now in her uniform which was a pair of short shorts and a sleeveless jacket tied in a way that exposed her midriff and showed off her cleavage. Try this. The Thunder shouted with a ball of lightning in her hand that she fired at Scathach, which the Witch of Dun Scaith effortlessly knocked aside with her spear. Candace then created two large lightning bolts and threw them as well, following with another and another. Scathach kept deflecting each one with a quick swing of her spear. That's it. The Sternritter yelled out as she raised her hand and summoned a pillar of lightning on Scathach's location, forcing her to jump out of the way and into the air where a large mouth shot out to snap her up. Meh, nothing new. The Shadow Queen muttered as she swiped her hand, creating a line of runes that turned into large fireballs that shot into the mouth, blasting it back. There was a cry of pain as it retracted back to a petite girl with chin-length blonde hair with a skirt and leggings as her Sternritter uniform. Sheet. That burns. She yelled, coughing out smoke and groaning from her now charred mouth. That hurt you, Beach. This is a battle. What were you expecting? That I'd let you eat me? Scathach asked as she landed, Candace trying again to hit her from behind with another ball of lightning. Then you're fools. She immediately swung her spear and struck the Thunder in the side with the back half of her spear without even looking. I've lived for over 1,000 years with billions of fights under my belt. She pointed her spear at the two with a dozen more spears appearing around her, with a bunch of rapier ball floating down around her. Step up your game, kids, and I might have, what are these orbs? Instantly after asking that, she was engulfed in a massive series of explosions. Cutting that a bit close, don't you think, Bambi? Candace asked as she found her partner, now in her Sternritter uniform, looking the most professional out of the three. It'll be fine. How many so far? The Explode asked of her two allies. 6, maybe 7 of the Sternritters. The small girl, Sternritter G. Liltado Lampard, answered with some disappointment. And we don't even know how many soldats yet. Anyone feel like we should include Giselle? She might dash. Hell no. Bambietta and Candace adamantly stated. She's a freak. Any further talk was stopped when the rubble where Scathach was blown away, revealing the Shadow Queen completely unharmed with a bloodthirsty smile on her face. Nice hit. She said as she summoned another spear to dual wield with another 100 floating around her. My turn. With Tatsuki. She was a martial artist, she was hot-headed, she was ready to throw herself into a fight to help protect her friends, she hated the idea of not stepping in when she knew she could help. In the time before the war she trained under the legendary Sun Wukong and received a bit more tutoring under Yoruichi and Soifan, finally beating the idea of staying back to study and analyze her opponents if she had the chance. That's what she was doing now, watching a woman sternritter with long black hair and a dopey expression named Giselle Gawel willingly let herself get cut up by other Shinigami with what seemed to be lethal damage, only to be unaffected by the gaping wounds as her blood infect those same Shinigami and obey her commands to kill themselves. Forcing herself to stand back as that freak did something so horrible was hell, but now she had an idea to counter it. "Ignite, Hidori," Tatsuki said, releasing her shuriken and gaining her gauntlets and greaves. She then took a breath and focused her energy, getting enveloped in an aura that soon turned red with fire. "Let's do this," she said to herself before using Shuinpa to appear behind the sternritter. "Ha!" The Quincy started before Tatsuki slammed a burning armored fist into her face, her jaw cracking as it popped out of place violently. The force of the blow threw Giselle off her feet, which Tatsuki, becoming familiar with high speeds and reaction times, then grabbed and yanked back. When the Quincy was in front of her, Tatsuki threw a knee up and her elbow, cracking her sternum and spine and making Giselle cough up blood. She looked with a misshapen smile as her blood flew toward Tatsuki's face, only for it to burn away in the martial artist's burning aura. Giselle's eyes gaped in shock before noticing another fiery fist above her head. "Funka!" Tatsuki shouted as she punched Giselle's head into the ground, creating a pillar of flames from the strike and burning Giselle, the air filling with her screams and the smell of burning flesh. When the flames died down, Tatsuki grabbed Giselle's throat and threw her against a wall, following it with a barrage of fireballs that she punched at the Quincy until she was burnt black and fell limp to the ground. Tatsuki took a few deep breaths, trying to keep the rising bile down as she flashed away to vomit and recover from the fight. She didn't see Giselle slowly getting back up. "Gah! DMN, that was close." The Quincy thought as the damage became undone, healing her back to just after Tatsuki shattered her jaw, but she was going to fix that as she went to one of the recent corpses. "If I was any slower in activating the zombie, I would have definitely died." She grabbed her shattered jaw and ripped it off her head while tearing off a corpse's jaw and attaching it to her face, completely restoring herself. "She's just as violent as Bambi. Almost as cute too." She then adopted a happy and goofy smile. "I can't wait to turn her into a zombie too." Fate battles. 50. Achilles said to himself as he ran his spear through another Quincy soldat. "What are you at, Cu Chulain?" 45. The Greek warrior taunted as the blue-hair Irishman waved his hand, creating a line of runes that shot 6 fireballs at another group of soldats. 52 actually, he said with a cocky smile, resting his spear on his shoulder. "Meaning I'm ahead of you." When the battle started, every captain and a few lieutenants went out to find priority targets like Arankar Quincy and sternritters. This left the foreign allies to do whatever they wanted, so they just threw themselves into battle while the young witch Medea stayed at Squad 4's barracks. Achilles was about to make a retort when another soldat got an arrow in his head, followed by 5 more in quick succession around the two. "Are you idiots still competing?" Atlanta said, scolding the two as she notched another arrow and fired into the heart of another soldat. "This is war. Who cares who gets the most kills? I'm beating both of you by 20 dash." She fired another arrow, 5 anyway. "What? I won't lose to a Greek." Cu Chulain yelled before rushing off. They were soon alerted about to a loud crack of fire ringing out above them, seeing 2 figures in shining blue and red fighting in the sky. Man, those two must really hate each other. The only other member of their group of foreign heroes that wasn't competing with them, Karna, immediately rushed out to find his rival, and they were now fighting high above them. "This is supposed to be our fight." Karna roared as he blazed with intense heat, a blade of fire around his lance as he parried bolt after bolt that Arjuna shot at him. "That's the way it has always been, just us playing out this med cycle of hatred between our ancestors. Just the two of us suffer this, and you dare surrender to the pull of an outside force." He closed the distance in a single fiery burst and swung his blade down on his rival, with Arjuna deflecting the attack with his bow and shooting a massive bolt of light into Karna's chest. "Did we ask to play this role? The archer returned as he fired arrow after arrow of light energy at the warrior of the sun. I never wanted to hate you, I just did before I even knew you. I didn't ask to be born into this position, I just was, and we had this destiny move upon us. To hate each other as our forebears did. Karna kept deflecting the arrows and launched fireballs at his rival, who then disappeared with Hirenkyaku to trap Karna in a web of spreadshot arrows that engulfed him in an explosion of ghostly light. I can't think of a way to end this peacefully because of how much I hate you. So if we're to end this permanently, then let one of us be wiped out from life and death. It won't be me that dies. The pale light was consumed by fire as the area around them became scorching hot. The flames concentrated on one point, Karna's lance, as a gold disc with scarlet metal feathers gave him what looked like wings of fire. And by grace you will not perish for eternity either, my distant cousin. Because DMN fate, DMN hatred, and DMN you for being weak enough to submit. Instead of beating this curse, you ran. Now I have to save your soul so that your next life won't taint the legacy of Arjuna. The heat continued to grow until the roofs began to melt and trees caught fire as Karna began shining like a star. You really want to continue this? Fine. Try and stop me. Arjuna held out his hand and a blue light appeared in his palm. As stern Ritter the endowed, all beings gift their life and strength to me. With that gift I summon this ancient power. Pashupata. He flicked his wrist and the orb shot up at light speed before exploding into 1,000 massive bolts of energy that looked like falling stars. Brahmastra. Karna roared as heat gathered at his eyes and he fired a beam of fire at the falling missiles, making each one explode harmlessly above Soul Society. Arjuna watched impassively as his attack failed, meeting Karna with a smile as the Sun Warrior appeared in front of him. The golden armor burned away and the spear was cracking with power. Vasvi Shakti. The both of them were engulfed in an explosion that burned Arjuna away to ash and destroyed Karna's spear, the demigod himself untouched by the flames but exhausted from the amount of power he used. Well, guess I'm out of this war. He thought before blacking out and falling. Crazy Indian BSTRD. Siu Chulane yelled out as he rushed to catch his comrade, shielded from the heat by rune magic. Got ya. You freaking Edie, unconscious. DMN it. Achilles and Atlanta soon caught up to him. That was insane. Kind of wish I fought him before this mess started. Achilles said as they began making their way to Squad 4's barracks, the lion archer staying back as she noticed something. Is it me or is it getting even drier? Hueco Mundo. Jin was tired, bleeding from multiple cuts and holes from Quincy arrows that were shot at him while he was trapped in a cage made of rasher by the Sternritter that called himself Quiljopi. Said Sternritter also had his squad of 10 Quincy surround the prison and shoot and Jin, who had to dodge every arrow despite the limited amount of space. He was not always successful and was stripped of his Zanpakuto before being imprisoned so he couldn't fight back, even Kido was useless as Quilj managed to steal the rasher away. All he could do was buy time. Ready. Quilj started, the archers readying their bows and Jin getting ready to dodge. Aim. Only the visored captain saw a horned hollow with black wings appear in the sky, making him smile. Phi dash. The hollow dropped like a comet, crushing a soldat underneath him, and was revealed to be Ichigo in his Vasto Lord form, and the King of Hollows had surrendered himself to his instincts to defend his territory. Quilj immediately attempted to trap the hybrid in a cage of rasher, only for the image he saw to fade. Gemelo Sonido. The Sternritter realized before hearing a sickening crack and the tearing of flesh as he looked around to find his entire squad quite literally torn apart with a copy of Ichigo at every point, and then all he could see was that horned mask in front of him. He immediately stabbed the hybrid in the chest, only for the blade to break against Ichigo's skin. Quilj could only watch in horror before he was devoured by a rasher construct of Ichigo's hollow mask. Well. That's something I'll be seeing in my nightmares. Jin joked as Ichigo went over to his cage and reverted to a more human state. The hybrid placed a hand against the bars of the cage and forcibly placed his Ryatsu into it, turning it black and quickly absorbing it, thus freeing Jin, who fell from blood loss and exhaustion with Ichigo catching him. "Sorry about your..." he was saying before they both turned to where they felt Halibel's Ryatsu suddenly disappear, which was in the middle of a powerful lightning storm. "I have to go." Ichigo quickly and gently laid Jin down as he flashed over to where the chaos was, only to find Mira screaming in despair as she overworked herself as she began drawing from her own life energy to release an electrical pulse so powerful it blew back Ichigo and paralyzed his body like a high-powered taser was pumping him full of a city's worth of electrical energy. H had Didu, new number BBER SS60TH3. He channeled all the electricity into his hands to power the Kido spell, thus dispersing the charge in him. Raikoho. He fired a blast of pure electricity harmlessly into the sky and waited for his body to heal. The air reeked of ozone and the sand still sparked with bits of static as Ichigo eventually forced himself to his feet and made his way to Mira, who was already slowly fading from what she did. Mira. The king went to the female hollow, cradling her as she sensed Orihime attempting to speed up her healing of the other Arrancar as the still able-bodied ones moved to his position. "Hang on. What happened?" She started before coughing painfully. "I doubted." The stern Ritter called herself, the question. Somehow. Made us doubt our strength. Our loyalty. Our memories. With a shaky hand she reached for the golden locket hanging in her hollow hole in her heart. "Made me doubt Masaki." "That's enough, Mira. Save your strength," Ichigo ordered, piecing the rest of the situation together. Mira told him her history, that she befriended his mother when they were younger despite being Quincy and hollow, that she had to leave when Masaki was attacked by White and any hollow presence threatened her life, how she promised him to one day return to her friend. The pain of doubting that must have pushed her sanity to the brink and unleashed that hellish lightning strike. And doubting loyalty. That must mean they kidnapped Halibel and brainwashed her. The sins of the Vandenrake keep growing and Ichigo needed to return to Soul Society. The Quincy presence in Hueco Mundo is gone and he needs to move. Mira. Hang on until Just devour me. She demanded while her legs disappeared into dust. I won't make it and I swore to be of use to you, my king. Take what remains of my strength and add to yours. She took off her locket and handed it to Ichigo. Just make sure she gets this. She begged while tears fell from her eyes. Ichigo silently took the locket and did as Mira asked, ending her slow death. When he finished, Stark and Merrick were the only ones that made it to him, though Merrick looked a little worse for wear. Your orders? Stark asked, despite knowing the answer just before Ichigo tore open a garganta. We head for the main battlefield. The hybrid said as they charged through the hole in space, heading for the Soul Society. The trip lasted a few minutes as they charged as fast as the two Arrancar could through the endless space of the precipice world, but it felt like an eternity to the hybrid. They soon found themselves entering a Soul Society in chaos. This is war. Ichigo started before he was shoved to the ground, turning just in time to watch Merrick's head get a large hole in it. Stark immediately aimed one of his guns and fired a concentrated Zero at where the shot that killed Merrick came from. Go where you need to. Stark yelled out before flashing blue and transformed into his Hogyoku form before charging to where the sniper was. Ichigo looked around the battlefield, finding giant left hands attacking wildly, a giant gladiator warrior, and plenty of Ryatsu of people he knows fading away. One in particular demanded his attention as he was warned about it. Master used his Bankai. He thought in horror before flashing to his location. Soul Society, earlier. It wasn't going good for the captain of the 2nd Division, despite all of her training and prep work. In the free time she managed to get for training, she trained with Yoruchi to complete the Shunko form and learned that each Shunko was unique to Shinigami's Racier elemental type. Hers being wind led to creating a vortex that greatly enhanced her speed, striking power, and maintain her Shunko for as long as she desired. Or it would have, but her opponent almost instantly found a weakness in its form and disabled it with laser precision. She expected the Vandenrake to build a new synthetic Sternritter following their loss of what was known as BG-9, but she failed to account how much of an upgrade the next model was. Her opponent referred to itself as BG-10. Creative naming is not a skill of whatever passes for a Vandenrake scientist, and it seemed tailor-made to kill both her and Yoruchi. It had a single circular visor that shot lasers, small sentry guns that flew independently of the main body, what seemed like a liquid metal chassis that resembled interwoven cords, and enough firepower to resemble an armory. It was like fighting an instantaneous adapting mech because of the Shrift K, the knowledge. Any amount of data and it would know how everything about the target, or that was what. Kisuke suspected it was anyway from working on BG-9. It was a reasonable assumption since, from the moment she activated her shunko, it pierced her wrists and completely cancelled it, then her ankles were shot and her mobility dropped to an unacceptable degree that left her covered in bullet holes. The less said about Omida's condition the better. He was already taken out of commission despite everything he did and it was a miracle he was still alive. DMN it. She cursed, pinned against a wall by multiple tendrils of liquid metal that seemed like they were prodding inside of her veins. Lady Yoruchi would laugh at me if she saw this. She tried to fight against her restraints but it was useless since the slightest motion would tear the insides of her limbs apart. She let out a grunt of pain when the metal shifted and retracted violently as an electrified blade was lodged in the robot's chest, acting as a magnet that forced all the liquid metal to it and revealing the solid metal skeleton within. 2 more spinning blades destroyed 2 of the Sternritter bot's 10 guns, forcing it to jump back as something caught Soifan's arm. "Greetings, Captain." A robotic voice called out as the assassin looked to see her back up. "I am Z9, a mechanized Soul Reaper combat droid derived from the former BG-9. Z9 looked like a thinly armored samurai, with blades in any location that wouldn't be detrimental to its movements, and a ring of 6 spinning dual-ended curved glaives floating just behind it. A snap drew their attention back to the Quincy droid as it freed itself of the electrified blade and fired a beam at the pair with Z9 deflecting it with a blade. "I shall distract. Use your Bankai with the hollow pills." Captain Urahara's recommendation. It quickly said while holding off the beam before charging at the Quincy bot. Soifan growled at the thought of doing anything Urahara suggests, but knew only a fool would abandon his advice for the sake of pride. She pulled out a black pellet and absorbed pure hollow racier, giving her bony claws, a mask fragment over her abdomen that seemed like a hole, and regenerated all of the damage done. She then flashed to her lieutenant and carried him a safer distance away before flashing back, Z9 and BG-10 moving around like mechs in a space battle with how they were moving. Soifan looked for a good stable support to anchor herself, but every building already looked like it was ready to fall apart. She ground her teeth in frustration before flashing back up with an incredibly risky idea. "Z9. Brace me," she ordered as she activated her Bankai. Z9 saw her and seemed to understand the plan, flying to her for a bit before flashing directly behind her and grabbing onto her, Soifan having BG-10 directly in her sights. "Jakuho Reikaben." She shouted and the missile shot forth, almost instantly hitting her target in spite of the kilometer gap. The speed shocked Soifan for the instant before a wave of heat and fire consumed both her and Z9. It appear pairs dash, Z9 was glitching out, hollow reishi stststr strengthened the dash, the droid exploded as Soifan tried to withstand her own empowered Bankai. Eventually she flew out of the explosion, burned black with dozens of shrapnel lodged in her body. "Keikisuke. I'm gonna kill you," she promised before going into a coughing fit and knew right away that it was an empty promise. "Soifan." She heard a familiar voice say, and while her vision was fading, she'd never mistake Yoruchi's voice for anything else. "Geez, little bee. Think you overdid it a little?" She joked, but Soifan heard the fear in her mentor's voice. "Hang on. I'll get you to Retsu Dash. Lady Yoruchi. I'm sorry." Soifan forced out, every word unbearably painful and every breath getting harder. Quiet Soifan, save your strength. The Shihoin demanded as she cradled her protege. I can't. Keep my promise to lead your squad. Soifan, that's enough. Yoruchi commanded more forcefully. I hope I made you proud, lady. Yoruchi. Soifan, shut up. Yoruchi yelled, tears forcing their way out of her eyes as she reached squad. I love. Soifan. Soifan. Soifan, wake up. Soifan, I am ordering you to wake up. She yelled helplessly at the now lifeless body of Soifan. Soifan. Retsu came out to the despairing form of Yoruchi Shihoin as she cried over the loss of her student, her protege, her little sister, her precious little bee. Chad's fight, same time. A vicious right hook slammed into the face of Menenius Macallon, a tall, busty, and thin woman with long pink hair, green eyes, and dressed in a skirt and short-sleeved uniform ending in frills, even on her gloves and boots. She was Sternritter P, the power, and her shrift gave her superhuman strength. Strength that was so far being matched by the Foolbringer, Yasutora Chad Sado. She threw her own punch but Chad deflected it before slamming an elbow into her gut. Your strength is real, the mixed Hispanic teen admitted, but you can't actually fight. It was apparent to the teen that she merely relied on her raw power instead of technique or speed, letting his throw several quick jabs into her stomach before backing up due to feeling like he was punching steel. That hurt. Menenius said as her body bulked up greatly, like her skin was being strained to the limit to contain her muscles. I'm going to kill you now. Chad barely had the time to bring a shield up to absorb the blow before being sent flying through the entire Siriidii, a shield at his back to withstand the worst of the damage, before finally stopping. And I thought I packed a punch. The Foolbringer groaned as he slowly got back up, just in time to see Menenius about to throw a building at him. He activated both shield arms and charged them, rapier flaring from the ends of his arms. El Directo. He shouted, firing both blasts at the Quincy and the building. The building was destroyed but Menenius shot like a bullet toward Chad, slamming her fist into his shield and making a massive crater from the force of the impact. The Foolbringer felt the shock throughout his entire body, the bones in his arms and legs feeling like they were about to snap from the pressure she put on him. Chad felt trapped trying to withstand the power behind Menenius's attack but he remembered the basic ability of all Foolbringer, Fullbring itself. It was more than bringer light, more than a specific object granting them strength, it was controlling anything and everything around them. One just needed control and Ryatsu to do so, and Chad had plenty. He used bringer light to help him push Menenius aside and off him. As her fist slammed into the ground it sent a cloud of debris into the air and Chad took the chance to full-bring the debris to shackle her wrists and force herself into a chokehold, using her enhanced bulk against her. Menenius made her arms bigger and pulled back, cutting off more of her own blood flow but also made Chad feel like he was about to have his arms ripped off of him. He let go of one and let himself get pulled along by her massive arm, practically passing out from the sudden rush, but he held on long enough to use bringer light to get himself into the proper position to dislocate her shoulder. Ah! She screamed in pain as her bones cracked from the forceful motion. Chad then grabbed her other wrist and slammed a foot against the base of her spine while manifesting his devil arms. La Muerte. He charged his fists and threw a series of jabs to send shocks through her body, soon making her black out. Once she was unconscious, he released her. These Quincy are something else. He groaned before seeing a giant gladiator and giant hands attacking the Shinigami. Wordlessly he reached into his pocket and pulled out a few jiken. It was discovered that a Foolbringer using the full power of their unique ability drew heavily from their life force, but Nozomi found a way to substitute that with the raw power in a blank artificial soul. Bracing himself for the next fight, Chad swallowed each of the pills and activated his Diablo Gigante, growing in size to match Gerard. But before he could take a single step a hole appeared in his chest, dispelling his giant form and fall to the ground as his life drained from him. Ichigo. Please. Hurry. His last thoughts before everything faded. Vantage point. One job, just one job in this battle. That was all he had to do, was that one job. Kill Ichigo Kurosaki. That was the one task assigned to Leelbaro, the first Quincy given a script and leader of Yawacha's Schutzstaffel. He was a dark-skinned man with short white hair and a black X crosshair over his left eye which he kept shut, wearing a white sleeveless shirt and leggings with dark green furred pants, pauldron, and bicorn hat. Even his weapon of choice, a rifle called Diagram, had a furred body with a plus sign at the end of the barrel and a wide vertical stock to stabilize it. But his ultimate power was with his script, the X-axis, a power to pierce through anything in his line of sight. Leel still took the chance to remove any unsavory elements that may threaten the other Quincy, not out of concern for his allies as all Quincy that fell fed their king's power but out of boredom. The persons of interest, or special war potentials as His Majesty referred to them as, in Kenpachi Zaraki and Kisuke Urahara were unfortunately impossible for him to snipe. Either moving around too quickly or just not in his sight, and it would be detrimental to give up his vantage point. One person close to Ichigo eventually made himself a prime target, trying to get as big as Gerard. Yasutora Sato, Leel took aim and fired, making a baseball-sized hole in the Fullbringer's chest, eliminated. He then sensed two powerful Ryatsu and found two Arankar with his main target. He quickly took aim, attempting to shoot Ichigo through his head, only for one of the Arankar to notice and shove the hybrid aside, losing most of his head in the process. DMN. The sniper cursed when a compressed Zero flew straight at him at light speed. The speed and accuracy shocked Leel into opening his left eye as the blast of Racier washed over him, covering the top half of his body but left him untouched. How shameful, forced to use my left eye. The X-axis had another power, sealed by him leaving his left eye shut, the power to phase through attacks by piercing them with his being. Die. He heard from above him as Stark appeared, glowing in blue burning Racier in his empowered form as he readied another shot. Leel brought his rifle up to shoot the Arankar when a scimitar blade cut through it. Stark fired another Zero and Leel was forced to open his eye again to avoid damage, closing it once the Zero ended but had to jump away when Kairaku attempted to slash him again. That was terrible of you, shooting Sato like that. The captain as he noted the change in Kaiten Kayakatsu's mood to Kajioni. That's one of my Kohai's best friends. Stark kept his guns trained on Leel but both marksmen kept an eye on Kairaku as he walked about. And you wouldn't like that kid when he's mad. The moment Kairaku stepped on Stark's shadow he disappeared, surprising Leel but not Stark who suspected his ally was attempting something. With the window of opportunity the captain gave him, he shot rapid-fire ballists like a machine gun. It was only activating his bluff that kept Leel from wasting a third time opening his eye, feeling it an insult to do so against a hollow that already forced him twice. He flashed away with Hirenkyaku and landed some distance away. White. He heard from underneath him as Kairaku sprang out of his shadow and swiftly cut off a leg, hitting the white part of the Quincy's leggings. He tried flashing away again before Stark appeared behind him. Match. The Arankar charged a Zero, but didn't release it when he noticed Leel's opened left eye. That left eye prevents you from being harmed, doesn't it? Coyote guessed it after seeing it happen the second time but the third would confirm it. How infuriating. Leel said as all three landed while the crosshair on the Quincy's left eye began to glow. To open my eye 3 times to you. You are correct, but now nothing can hurt me. And I will kill both of you for this unholy transgression you've committed. Jilliel. He flashed white with a fleur-de-lis pentagram and revealed a robed figure with 8 wings of golden light with 3 holes in each with a giant halo above his head and white lines on his face. Is that supposed to be intimidating? Stark asked as he and Kairaku prepared to fight. Because you look ridiculous. Squad 4 Barracks. It was a nightmare. Despite all their prep work and training done, casualties just came pouring in from unseated officers to lieutenants. Unohana was almost about to thank her luck that not a single captain needed her care before Yoruchi came in too late to save Soifan, making her wonder how many more unlucky souls were out there that her squad would be unable to reach. When Yamamoto activated his Bankai, her concern grew even more as she prepared to lose an old and valued friend. She even had to make the difficult order to focus on those that they know they could save among the critical cases. She had the ability to help with Minazuki, but she couldn't use her Shikai out of concern that someone may strike when she was without her Zanpakuto. A concern that validated itself when a male Quincy with long blonde hair and a Sternritter uniform appeared in her squad's courtyard. "Oh my, this is an unexpected visit," she said, maintaining a pleasant smile as she unsheathed her blade. "You must be quite confident in your abilities to so brazenly set foot in my hospital. Especially since you're an enemy. This is something I could only do now," the Quincy said as he walked toward Unohana without fear. "When His Majesty is without his omniscient sight and while he is busy killing your Captain Commander." Final fight. Yamamoto waited for the Quincy Emperor, waited for his destined rematch, waited for the end. Chojiro, his loyal right hand, stayed with him determined to fulfill his duty and Yamamoto's lieutenant. Even when a Sternritter called Disc Roll, the Overkill, appeared to fight him, Chojiro did not abandon his captain. Even after becoming exhausted from a stubborn opponent and the use of his Bankai he stayed, refusing to abandon his post. And Yamamoto waited, knowing that he would be coming to him soon. That patience was rewarded when his old enemy appeared. He looked almost exactly as he did 1,000 years ago, tall with long black hair, broad chin, reddish-brown eyes, long face with pronounced cheekbones. The only difference was a bushy mustache and mutton chops, but he was still the same Yawatch from 1,000 years ago, wearing a white double-breasted trench coat covered in a tattered maroon-black cloak. 1,000 years ago, myself and the first generation of the Godii beat you into SBMSN to the point you had to hide and lick your wounds for the next millennium. Yamamoto stated as his cane revealed his Zanpakuto. It's truly telling of your depravity how just the sight of you, even after 1,000 years, fills me with such anger and hate. The area around him erupted into fire as he continued to blaze with the flames growing higher and higher. But this will be the last time either of us sees the other. Do you believe yourself able to win this fight? Genryusai heard from his left, looking to find another Yawatch. I did lick my wounds, but I also made sure to gather my strength. You, on the other hand, grew old, gentle, and weak. The Captain Commander from 1,000 years ago would have wiped out entire clans from breaking the law, would have reduced his own to ashes without a second thought instead of letting a long and flawed justice system drag it out. The Genryusai Yamamoto from 1,000 years ago was far harder and far stronger. So imagine my disgust when that powerful figure turned into such a tired old wretch. A third Yawatch appeared behind Yamamoto. But, in knowing of my return, did some of that old fire come back? To do whatever it took to win. The fire around the Captain Commander compressed onto himself. I have gained no artificial means of strength, Yawatch. I have no illusions of seeing tomorrow and will fight you to my fullest ability. Yamamoto said as Ryujin Jaka became an ancient, weathered sword, damaged by fire and smoking. At the same time, all three Yawatches pulled out a Quincy medallion and attempted to steal the Bankai of the ancient dragon, to ultimately no effect. Kai, Zenka no Taichi. I have no means of strengthening myself, Yawatch, but I did ensure this power would never become yours. It's my parting gift to my successor. In the month before the battle, Yamamoto wrote his final requests, what he would leave to who, and drank a vial of Ichigo Kurosaki's blood, consigning his power and blade to the future Suteicho. But until that time, it was his for one last battle. Truly spiteful Yamamoto. One of the Yawatches said as all three attacked, one firing a spirit arrow while the other two charged in to swing their blades. One blade lost half of its body as it finished its arc. Another blade collided with Yamamoto's Bankai and started to become warped while the hand that held it started to burn, and the arrow was caught by Genryusai and disintegrated in his touch. After the failed strike, all three Yawatch backed off to figure out what happened. The one that lost his blade to West cannot be the real Yawatch. The Captain Commander thought as he tried to figure out which one was the actual Yawatch. Even if Zenka no Taichi's power burns away anything in an instant, the real Yawatch would find some way to defend against it for as long as he could. His eyes drifted to the only Yawatch that was unharmed by his flames. The other one is a candidate for withstanding East for as long as he did, but would Yawatch willingly put himself in harm's way? The two that managed to have some resistance to Yamamoto's heat attacked again, shooting arrows and sword slashed, both trading who was attacking and who was assisting, putting Yama on the defensive while he still tried to figure out who was who when the third Yawatch restored his blade and jumped in as all three began shifting their motions and positions. "Captain. I'm sorry for my weakness," Chojiro thought as he tried to use the power of his Koko Ganryo Rikyu, but the absolute heat and dryness in the air left no charge for him to utilize and was left with his pike sparking as the only source of conductive material. Yamamoto himself continued to try and determine which Yawatch was real when the lieutenant noticed one of the Yawatch smirking confidently as it summoned an arrow, this one brimming with power. "Not if I can stop it," Chojiro promised himself as he charged at the lone Yawatch. A charge ended by a sickening series of cracks and tears as Sasakaibe's body was twisted to the point that was torn apart. What was dash? Yamamoto glanced at the sound and found Chojiro's broken form with the unharmed Yawatch. "There!" he shouted, stabbing the tip of his blade into the ground. "Zenka no Taichi, Minami, Kaka Jumanokushi Deizojin." He shouted as he summoned an army of skeleton, the ashes of all the people he killed with his flames, and left them to handle the two Yawatches that were attacking him. "This clinches it," he thought as he saw a look of recognition and horror pass both the Yawatch faces. The real Yawatch cared nothing for the people under his command, would make sure he was protected, and he will pay for what he did to my lieutenant, he thought in fury as he charged for the lone Yawatch, who readied an arrow. "Zenka no Taichi, Kita, Tenchi Kaijin." He roared as he swung at the lone Yawatch, only for it to cut through someone else. "Ishida!" Yamamoto yelled in shock as Yuryu instantly appeared between him and Yawatch in a Sternritter uniform and lost most of his gut from the Captain Commander's attack. "Sorry Captain Commander. I must do this for the Quincy." Yuryu apologized as he was instantly healed and Yamamoto was now missing much of his torso, the heat now dropping as Yamamoto felt the impact of such a mortal injury. So much so that his left shoulder was then blown off by an arrow from the Yawatch he was trying to attack while a broadsword made of Rapier slashed Zenka no Taichi in half, disabling the Bankai and bringing in the rain. "Good work Lloyd." The Yawatch with the burned hand thanked the other two as they nodded their thanks for their lord's approval. "And you too Yuryu. I actually doubted you were capable of doing this." Yuryu bowed his head to the Quincy Emperor. "Like I said, I do what I must for the future of the Quincy. And we shall prosper for it." Yawatch then turned to face his rival then jumped away immediately along with the rest of his Quincy. When did? Was that his true speed? Yawatch wondered as Ichigo looked upon the dying form of his master and mentor. "Ichigo. So you've finally returned. A pity." Yamamoto thought as he looked into the eyes of his young student, unsure if his eyes were wet from disbelieving tears or from the rain. "It seems like I can't speak. Must have lost my lungs. And my vision is playing tricks on me now." The image of the hybrid he knew was there was switching between him and an older, more confident, and stronger Ichigo with 3 blades at his hip. "This is honestly a better final sight than I deserve. But, I know I'm leaving Soul Society in good hands." The dragon smiled and held up what remained of his blade and Ichigo slowly took it into his hands as he figured out what Yamamoto was silently telling him to do. In his eyes, the future Ichigo returned the smile with an expression that said, "I've got this." In reality, Ichigo bowed his head as tears started falling down his face. "Goodbye. Goodbye." The two silently thought to each other as Ichigo felt Yamamoto's life fade. "Oswalin," he said, barely a whisper, as Yamamoto's form was consumed in black fire that was absorbed into Ichigo, leaving a dead Genryusai Yamamoto. Still standing, still smiling, as he knew the future was safe.